Herder. Herder. Alright, hopefully less rage quitting today, but no promises. Okay, so that was the first time I've gotten unseen aid. Half of skill experience and money are lost upon death, but there's a way to avoid this on rare occasions. Through the unseen aid of gods and Buddha, one may be spared this loss. So, I think the more people have Dragon Rot, the less chance you have of receiving unseen aid. But, you remember the unseen from Bloodborne. There was a lot of references to the unseen, like Unseen Village. Now that was because that village was being hidden by a ritual that Rom was upholding. But the unseen has kind of a different context within the Buddhist and like Shinto perspective. Like, they believe that kami can inhabit objects throughout the world, and the spirit within those aspects of nature is unseen. But you also have like I don't really know how to describe it, but like you can be in a forest and you can see the forest, you can smell and you can hear the forest, but you feel this presence or like this oneness with nature when you're a part of nature. So that aspect of it can be unseen. And when we're talking about kami, I just read about the definition of kami, and it doesn't just mean spirits in a loose sense. It can also be a word for gods. And in Shinto and Buddhism, you don't necessarily believe in one god. Everybody kind of considers Buddha to be the closest approximation, I guess, but I don't think it really has the exact same context. Because they kind of believe that there's a little bit of God in everything, if you want to put it that way. Not just one God, but like its own God. So that guy over there with the torch is gonna call me out if he sees me. As if. I don't need to do the death blow all the time, but it's handy for the iframes. So does this guy respawn? Holy shit, he does respawn, even if he dies. I think this spot is only useful later on. I think I'll just continue using my original strat from before. So these are lotus pods. I'm just now noticing that there's no like lotus flowers around anywhere. It's all just the pods. We do see lotus flowers later on. We need one for the divine aroma. And then there's another one that actually takes us to where we end up fighting the folding monkeys. But lotus flowers have, they basically represent not necessarily immortality, but like purity and rejuvenation. Because they can grow in like dank and kind of gross areas, but it's like a solitary white flower growing up out of the muck. And they're fairly resilient as well. They can not only grow in really kind of harsh conditions, but they always come back every year in the same places. Yeah. If you stand up in that spot, for some reason Juzo has a much larger aggro radius. He sees further than the other basic enemies. So you can pull him alone without having to fight the big group of them. Of course, one of them notices me. Should have jumped. Hey Kenza, how are you? What? How did the first attack miss and the second hit landed? Roomba stomp there. Good shit, nerd. Oh, wasn't first try. I did like 3 attempts yesterday and then rage quit, so it's not first try. Still feels good. We have a new quest item or key item. Unrefined sake. Bottle of cloudy unrefined sake. Sake is a drink meant for sharing. This cloudy sake is one of Isshin Ashina's favorites. It has a rich, full-bodied flavor. On the other hand, it has a reputation for getting one too drunk too quickly. That's the deep lore. They call him Juzo the Drunkard because he's drunk a lot. Yeah. Very deep. You guys wouldn't understand. Incredibly deep. But Juzo is effectively the leader of the band of thieves. I think Anayama said that it was him earlier. I didn't think he was necessarily the leader, but he was just part of the troupe. But Juzo is the one who's kind of like heading the operation here, or at least that's what it seems like this early on in the game. When we come across this area later, we see an interior ministry shinobi, and the conversation between Juzo and the shinobi reveals that Owl is in fact the one behind all this stuff here. He let them know when to attack the Harada estate to basically set the events of the game in motion.
You've done well to come this far. For a rogue, you are a worthy shinobi. My duty is to protect the young lord, Lord Kuro. Lord Isshin would never forgive me should I fail. Let us fight together! La! Hear me! Why not?
I don't know how I get a full supply of spirit emblems, but I'll take it. Actually, probably don't even need to use any because he'll distract it for me. Typically, you have to use your axe to break this guy's shield, but... And here's our reward for having this guy survive.
That fight was hard on this old body. Go on ahead.
So yeah, that's the, if this guy survives, like if you fight Juzo and the whole gang, this guy's basically dead. Like there's almost no chance he'll survive. And you don't really get anything for having him survive either. It's just like, wow, that fight was hard. Whoa, man, I'm old. Like,
that fight was hard on this old body. Go on ahead.
but he did say that he stood with Isshin when he claimed this land. When we watched the opening cutscene of the game, we saw the coup that Isshin did, and where he wrested control back from General Tamura. I don't really know who General Tamura represents, but basically this land belonged to the Ashina. General Tamura took over, and then Isshin staged a coup to reclaim the land. This could just be how Isshin sees it, but Isshin was the leader of the Ashina clan before Genichiro took over. The only reason Genichiro has even taken over at this point is because Isshin is basically bedridden because he's supposed to be too sick to be able to fight. but we'll see evidence against that later on. I wish there was more areas like this in the game, because a bunch of these walls in here are destroyable. And it makes for... It could make for really interesting combat situations. But, you don't actually get to employ them too much. Like, it would be super cool if you could actually have like a good fight in a room like this, but there's only 2 enemies. Feels bad. Some dowsing powders, some pellets. So you can hug walls to peek around them for cover, but there are some walls in the game where if you hug them, you find secret shinobi walls. What are you? You're a cat. You're not even real. What's up, Tracy? What are you doing? Mibu Balloon of Wealth. Some extra money. Divine Confetti. So, we find Mibu stuff here and Divine Confetti here because Kuro is a divine child of the rejuvenating waters. So we find items that pertain to the Fountainhead Palace or the Divine Realm in areas that are significant to either Kuro or the Divine Child. This also explains how we end up finding a lot of the dragon's blood droplets that we'll see later on. Ooh, another prayer bead. So I should have 5 prayer beads? Oh, I have 2 prayer beads, but I already handed in I already got a necklace. Excellent. Hey, this is an incense holder. It's a very similar incense holder that we see to later on when we do the quest for the aroma. This is a bonsai tree. Bonsai is a practice in Asia and other places where you basically take care of a tiny little tree, and it requires very meticulous and constant work on the tree to make it look aesthetically pleasing. And there's a whole bunch of like not necessarily like a ritual significance to it, but it's supposed to be like a meditative practice. You're not only taking care of this little tree that you get to have for a long time, but taking care of it and making sure that you prune it so that it looks nice is supposed to be like it's something that it's a practice that you can do to other parts of your life. So by doing it for the tree, you can apply that practice to other facets of your life. The hell is this, a grouse? Is that a grouse? Any grouse enjoyers in the chat? That looks more like a bird of prey there. Yo, Autumn with the resub. A year. A year with the resubs, this guy. Thank you, man.
So much lore.
So much lore. All the lore. All of the lore. That's like a kimono or something, right? Like some sort of dress. So this is the lady we talked to earlier. In order to get into the DLC, we received a bell from a senile old woman. And this is the same woman here.
The son of Owl, I saw a dreadful vision. It was pouring out more and more. It wouldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. The young master. The young master is deep in the mansion. My son, Inosuke, went to rescue him. So he's probably fine, but you never know. The young master might need you, Rogue Shinobi. Go to him, will you?
So when we fight Lady Butterfly, she uses illusion techniques. And I believe when we're dealing with Inosuke up ahead, we can see the injury he sustained on his eyes from the illusion techniques. But when we talk to his grandma, or his mother, I should say, she says that she sees a vision when she's here cowering in fear of something pouring out, and it wouldn't stop, wouldn't stop. Later on, when we resurrect too many times, the power of resurrection has a cost. And part of this cost is the dragon rot that will afflict the different people that we run into. But the way that it's described by Emma, the old lady here, and a few other NPCs is that when the powers of the rejuvenating waters are abused, it causes a stagnation in the waters. When the waters stagnate and they become less pure, it overflows from its rightful place and it pours out to other places. We see evidence of this in the dragon rot. We see evidence of this in the transformation of the Mibu fishing village people. And I believe the best way to describe it is that when Kuro makes Wolf able to resurrect, that's through the powers of the rejuvenating waters. But when that power is abused and it spills out, it goes to places where it's not supposed to be. And because it's stagnant or too far from the source, this is what causes the undying or the infested to come around. So the more that a spiritual power is abused, the more negative things come from it, is probably the most simple way to put it. We do see evidence of the rejuvenating waters pouring out from the Fountainhead Palace. And we have this with like the Guardian Ape, the Mibu Fishing Village, and all of these groups. They are not immortal the same way that Kuro and the wolf are. They're undying or they're infested because it's represented by the pure flowing rejuvenating waters and then the stagnant overflowing stagnant waters. So it's all pretty vague right now, and we don't actually see a whole lot of evidence. Or maybe we do see evidence. Either way, we'll talk more about this later. But the main thing is that she has a vision here about the water pouring out and overflowing, which represents the stagnant waters. And these are points that I'm going to be bringing up multiple times throughout the lore and story playthrough. So even if it doesn't make sense with the context we have now, I'll be showing you more sections later on in the lore playthrough where it actually makes a lot more sense. I might be able to grind out another skill point here before I fight Lady Butterfly. I don't usually struggle with Lady Butterfly, but I don't like losing experience or sen for no reason. So I'm gonna kill enough dudes to get a second point here. and then spend all my XP before I go to the boss fight. Nice. Yeah, lock onto the completely other guy. I like to play the other games unlocked, but it's really hard to play this game without locking on. Alright, that was easy. I only spent 4 spirit emblems there, and I'm going to be able to buy like 20 more now. Alright, more spirit emblems. I can get this already? Vault over. That's not going to be useful for the boss fight. Fang and Blade allows me to attack after using the loaded axe. Nightjar Slash. Honestly, I think I'll take the more spirit emblems for now. Latent skill, a shinobi's karma body. Increases the maximum number of spirit emblems that can be held. Spirit emblems are manifestations of regret. Those regretful of their vile actions are haunted by many spirit emblems. Shinobi who have killed many must bear the physical toll of these sins. So somebody yesterday asked me about what the deal is with the spirit emblem stock and why you use these emblems as your resource for ammunition in your prosthetic tools. And basically, like, when you... Hey, Willow, how's it going? When you kill somebody who has bad karma, you essentially inherit their bad karma. So if spirit emblems are physical manifestations of regrets, then this is why we see these emblems over top of dead bodies. And it's also why we end up using them in the for the prosthetic tool. We don't just use our sword to kill people. We use our left hand, which is now a prosthetic. So we don't have a normal left hand. We now have an item that is now our left hand. So we're using this item to kill people. So as we kill people, it's basically inheriting the regrets and the vile actions and the bad karma of the people that we kill. This is part of the reason why our left arm is what glows when we turn into Shura. And in the other games, we used like mana or bullets as a resource. But instead of thinking it of as we use regret as a resource, it isn't like the spirit emblems are actual spirits. I mean, maybe they are, but when you have an object and it's spiritually significant, it's imbued with a sort of spiritual power or energy. And the spirit emblems that we use are like physical manifestations of the spiritual power. So that's why we use them to power the prosthetic tool. It not only is a gameplay design thing because we need some sort of resource to use and we don't just want to run around and give the player an infinite resource so they can just spam shuriken all the time. But you inherit the regret of the people that you kill, and this spiritual manifestation becomes imbued into your arm so that you can use that as a resource, using spiritual energy as a resource to kill more people. No regrets.
You, the young masters. I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Dreadful illusion techniques. Without a snap seed, it cannot be overcome. Take this. It's not much, but it's what I have.
Take this. So this is Inosuke. Inosuke is the guy we talked to earlier when we got the bell from his mother that got us into the Harada estate. And when we encounter Inosuke at that part of the game, he has eye coverings. He's covered in wounds from the battle that he was in, but he has like a bandage around his eyes. So here we can see that he likely has the bandage over his eyes because of an injury sustained from Lady Butterfly's illusion techniques. When we fight Lady Butterfly, she spawns these ghosts that are basically illusions that only we can see, and we've got to fight off these ghosts for a time. But we also see that Kuro is caught in some sort of like trance. He's been kind of hypnotized by this illusion technique. But here we can actually see that it has like injuries that Inosuke here has sustained.
Listen. Without a snap seed, you cannot overcome that illusion technique. I tried my best to be his guardian, but look at me now. The Harada line is finished. I must save my mother at the very least. Listen.
I want to loot the man. There we go. Hey, what's up, Ollie? Ninja grandma lore. That's what I'm gonna call Inosuke's mom from now on. Ninja grandma. Cowers in fear. Oh, Lady Butterfly is Ninja Grandma. I see. Yeah, Lady Butterfly is definitely Ninja Grandma waifu. I saw fan art that was basically younger female versions of all the Sekiro's characters with big titties. And had Lady Butterfly, Wolf, a couple others. It's samurai armor with the Ashina clan on its chest. Forgot to rest. Of course that exists. Do I have any beans? No beans. I only get 2 heals? Do I not have 3 heals? Okay, I do have 3 heals. Excellent. And that talent point only lets me carry 1 extra spirit emblem. This dude right here has been killed more than any enemy in the game, because you basically have to fight him to get through to Lady Butterfly.
Listen.
So if you're stuck on the boss, you have to fight this dude every time. Hey, Ashleyos. Yeah, he's if there was a tally of how many times each enemy in the game has been killed, this guy has definitely been killed more than any other, I would say. Because Lady Butterfly, like, I remember struggling on this boss the first time. Like, it was rough. When you switch prosthetic tools, there's a different animation depending on which tool you switch to, and you can actually see it on his left arm when you have it equipped. So you can see the shuriken there. There's the flame barrel and the loaded axe.
Father? Mother? The butterflies. Everyone is gone.
My lord.
You can hear the bell charm,
Motion technique.
and you can see the bell charm at his side in this scene. The same charm we used to get into this memory.
It's been a long time, son of Owl.
Lady Butterfly. Leave us.
Who are...
Do what must be done.
Yes.
Now then, son of Owl, shall we dance?
Lady Butterfly. Why?
Why? You'll die, darkness. Impressive, boy. In that case, lose yourself in my illusions. Oh, don't mind me. I'll be watching from up here.
As if, dude. Oh my god, I hate this game. can't use a Jizo statue right now? Okay. What? Very cool. I don't know why it wouldn't let me use the Jizo statue there. So this is similar to what we see in the Hunter's Dream in Bloodborne. Technically, when Sekiro dies, he's supposed to wake up in the dilapidated temple each time.
Your death is not your fate. Just yet.
Artist and sculptor, somewhere a painted copper rings out continuously. The man who zealously sculpts statue bitter devoted being consumed by the building flames. Owning this item reduces one chance of receiving unseen aid. Somewhere a painted copper rings out continuously. The copper wings is another wind liberated, but blood master. Owning this item. The more one of the power of the dragon's heritage dies, the more sickness known as dragon rot spreads through the world. Dragon rot is not caused by resurrection, as has a chance to occur only when the wolf truly dies repeatedly. The more rot essence wolf has, the lower the chance of receiving unseen aid.
What's wrong?
Dragon rot. The stagnation overflows and spreads. A disease that leads eventually to death.
What are you talking about?
You don't need to worry about me. I'm not normal, you see. It's difficult for me to speak now. Ask Emma about the rest.
Have you seen the sculptor lately?
Yes. He's...
All I know is what Dogen told me long ago, that the dragon's heritage can bestow the power of resurrection. However, it is not any ordinary power. Repeated use leads to stagnation, which will eventually reach a point where it overflows. This causes those who do not have the power to become sick, a disease known as dragon rot. He knew much about it, but even so, he was unable to determine a cure. Forgive me.
Is there a way to treat this dragon rot?
I do not know. However, it must be stopped. I am unsure. But the first step is to look through my mentor's research and see if I can discover a way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
give her the bag. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe lingering in the mind of the wolf. Commune with the sculptor's idol and confront memories of battle to permanently increase attack power. The Phantom Lady Butterfly was a seasoned practitioner of illusions. Sakura Droplet. Pale pink crystal residue known to form when an immortal oath fails to establish. Increases resurrective power, allowing one additional resurrection. To repeat the vows of the Undying and be awarded resurrective power once more surely necessitates the aid of a divine child of the dragon's heritage. Now this item is kind of a red herring, and it's a good thing to discuss, because it says here that the pale pink crystal residue is known to form when an immortal oath fails to establish, right? So the implication is possibly that Lady Butterfly used the illusion technique on Kuro so that he could establish an immortal oath with her, and he already has this established with Wolf. Actually, at this point in time, like 3 years ago at the Hirata estate, technically right now Wolf hasn't been killed yet. So him receiving this from Lady Butterfly implies that she tried to establish an immortal oath with Kuro and it failed. But the interesting thing about this is that later on, when we talk to Kuro after giving him the droplet, he says that this is left over from the previous divine child of the dragon's heritage, Takeru. So when Takeru and Tomoe had their bond severed, this was produced as a result, a pale pink crystal. So the item description is different than what Kuro's dialogue implies later. So maybe it's both. Like maybe when an immortal oath fails to establish, this is produced, and maybe when the bond is severed, it's also produced. But it's just interesting how there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the item description and the dialogue that we hear later on. And it might not have even been Lady Butterfly. When we find out that Owl was behind all the stuff here, maybe Owl and Lady Butterfly were working together, and the Owl tried to persuade Kuro while he had the illusion technique on him. We don't really know. Hey Jen, how's it going? Does anybody else use Streamlabs chatbot? Because half the time when I use Streamlabs chatbot, it pushes all my text down. So I've got to relaunch the program like twice a week, or else I miss out on chat messages. Super irritating. So yeah, the reflection of strength is when we defeat a boss, we can fight the boss again in a reflection of strength. Yo, iPath. The only person that can sneak up on a shinobi is a more knowledgeable shinobi. And look at the size of the sword that stabs Wolf in this scene. There's only one character in the game that has a sword that big. The Owl. You can hear the bell chime there. So Wolf is supposedly killed, and Kuro comes back to rescue him, establishing the immortal oath for the first time.
You fought bravely on my behalf. I cannot throw away such loyalty. Loyal wolf, take my blood and live again.
Big ol' Orochi. So that was the events that Anayama the Peddler and a few other NPCs were talking about earlier, and that also helps explain why Wolf doesn't remember what happened that night. Not only did he fucking die and get resurrected by Kuro's immortal oath, but the trauma of dying, and even possibly, I don't think Wolf really knows who stabbed him there, or else he'd have a lot more to say to Owl later on. But you know, the trauma of dying might have been something that helped Wolf repress that memory so that he couldn't remember it anymore.
What are you doing?
Oh, I didn't realize you were here. The sculptor has been coughing blood. I took a sample of this blood for my dragonrot research.
A sample of his blood.
Yes, blood that he's coughed up. The color of the blood itself appears to be tainted, stagnant, but the sculptor's blood alone isn't enough to reach any conclusions.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes, bring me samples of blood coughed up by others that suffer from the dragon rot. If I have more, I'll be able to learn more about the disease.
If I come across anyone afflicted by the dragon rot, I'll ask them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something else to use. I like some of the features that Streamlabs chatbot has, but it keeps breaking. Like, I won't be able to scroll, like, instead of constantly updating the bottom of the list, it scrolls up. So I'll miss messages because it's constantly scrolling up all the time, and it also doesn't play half the emotes. Half the emotes and none of the animated emotes show up in Streamlabs chatbot for some reason. It's super scuffed.
Goodbye.
So yeah, the sculptor has coughed up blood into Emma's hand, and she's just like staring at it, like holding blood in her hand. Disgusting.
You're here too. It's so busy here today.
Mist Raven, a prosthetic tool loaded with the feather of a mist raven. When attacked in the assumed stance, disappear like the mist and move away. Once you think you've caught one, all that will remain is feathers. That is the mark of a true mist raven.
Sculptor.
I don't need your concern. I'm not normal, you see. No mere dragon rot will kill me.
For my research, I need you to find me blood samples from others who are afflicted.
I'll see what I can find.
Thank you. Goodbye.
My cat's breath smells like cat food. Damn, I forgot how much experience you get for that fight. I spent all my XP before going in, and I have 2.5 bars now. So each time you kill a boss, you receive a memory of that fight, and when you use the memory, you get more attack power and do more damage. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe, although distant, recollection of such a memory provided sustenance for the wolf. The Phantom Lady Butterfly was appointed by the wolf's foster father as one of his mentors in shinobi techniques. These mentors employed strict methods. The cultivation of shinobi techniques can only be achieved in the midst of battle. So Lady Butterfly and Owl mentored Wolf as a shinobi and taught him the methods that they knew. After using certain prosthetic tools, this move allows one to attack with the tool and sword simultaneously, or it provides a follow-up attack for the tool. So, the chasing slice is an attack we can use after using the shuriken, the firecracker, and another tool. And the fang and blade allows basically the same kind of attack with the loaded axe and the mist raven. It is slightly different though. The chasing slice is used to close the gap after using one of these abilities, and the fang and blade is more like a follow-up that ends up using both weapons at the same time. So you'll swing with the axe and your sword and do a shit ton of damage. Alright, so who's the other one that got Dragon Rot? Didn't I get 2 Dragon Rots? I guess not. I thought I... What the hell? Whatever. Where do I... Gyobu. There's basically nothing else for me to do at this point, as far as I remember. I did everything I can at Harada. I explored through all the other parts of the outskirts and everything. I already picked up all the items. So here we have where a battle broke out between the Ashina clan and the Interior Ministry. The Interior Ministry are marked by either red outfits for the military or purple outfits for their shinobi.
My name is Gyobu
And I guess I'll talk about this later.
As I breathe, you will not pass the castle gate!
Gyobu the demon.
Gyobu the demon. As if that hit me. Gyobu's horse counts as a beast, so you can use firecrackers against him pretty effectively. Sad horse. Gyobu Masataka Oniwa was keeper of the Ashina Castle Gate. So Gyobu's full name is Gyobu Masataka Oniwa. And Oniwa, I'm not sure what Oniwa means in particular, but Oni is the Japanese word for demon, which is why he's referred to as Gyobu the demon. Gyobu's horse is also named Oni Kage. After a quick Googling yesterday, I found out that Kage loosely translates to shadow. So Oni Gyobu's horse's name, loosely, is Demon's Shadow. We also had the horse outside that was named Kokage. And I wasn't able to accurately determine what the etymology was behind Kokage. But it's interesting that we have two horses in the same area that both have Kage in their name. So maybe it's more prevalent in Japan as a name that I'm aware of. A mechanical metal barrel that can be given to the sculptor to enable prosthetic tool upgrades. It appears to have been made to fit perfectly inside the wrist bone of the shinobi prosthetic. A reinforced core is sure to make a shinobi's fangs even sharper. So the mechanical barrel effectively allows us to modify the prosthetic in ways that were unavailable before, and also enables the use of the upgrade materials that we've seen throughout the game. So as I was saying before Gyobu stormed into the fucking joint, this is where we see the evidence of a battle between the Ashina Castle warriors and the Interior Ministry warriors. So here... Where's the is there an Ashina emblem anywhere? I've shown you the Ashina emblem multiple times before on outfits of samurai armor and just all around Ashina in general. But here we have war banners of the Interior Ministry. And who was I need to do some furious Googling here. The Tokugawa shogunate. So if you take a look at this emblem, we can see the similarities between the Tokugawa shogunate emblem and the Interior Ministry's symbol. So the Tokugawa, or also known as the Edo shogunate, were effectively the group that ended the Sengoku era in Japan. The Sengoku era was a couple hundred years almost of civil war and strife within Japan. There was multiple clans within the nation, but they were all fighting each other for power. The Tokugawa shogunate, or the Edo shogunate, their original name is Tokugawa, but the era that followed or preceded the Sengoku era was the Edo era, if I have my terminology appropriately. So, if the central forces are the Interior Ministry that's supposed to unify Japan, the unification of Japan is what ended the Sengoku era and then brought rise to the Edo era. So, whenever you're talking about the Interior Ministry is kind of like a vague name for a group, but they're essentially the central forces of Japan that are going to the outer areas within the nation and trying to unify the country. Ashina is supposed to be way up in the north of Japan, up in the mountains, which not only makes it super easy to defend, but it also kind of isolates it from the rest of the country, which is probably why they were one of the last clans to be at the end of the feudal era in Japan. Yeah, the Edo period is what followed the Sengoku era. Yeah, emerging from the chaos of the Sengoku period, the Edo period was characterized by economic growth and several other cultural advancements within the country. So, just another example of how the story in Sekiro is actually based on like real world actual history from Japan, whereas everything that we see in Dark Souls and Bloodborne is just like supposed fantasy stuff that's loosely based on certain events or places. The story in Sekiro, although obviously still being rooted in fantasy, is actually based on true historical names and places and characters, which is pretty cool. The crows circling above because of all the dead bodies. Gyobu Oniwa once led a group of infamous bandits, but was defeated by Yishin, who was so captivated by his show of strength that he took him in as an Ashina warrior. Oniwa would later go on to become Genichiro Ashina's most trusted retainer. I'll blood moon you in a minute. How dare you? Here we can see more of the Interior Ministry's shinobis. And because so many people always come in and they're like, "Oh, did you know that none of the Interior Ministry army dudes have left arms? They have all their left hands cut off." Nope, they sure don't. They all have their left arms. They just don't use them in combat. Whenever you're fighting these dudes, they always have their left arm tucked away, but they're definitely still there.
Care to purchase an offering?
Another one.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. A battlefield is our paradise. Go ahead. Buy an offering.
So, 1200.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. Wherever your travels take you, make sure you bring some offerings.
Yeah, that's also why the poison Interior Ministry shinobis use their left hand to inflict you with poison, because there's definitely something wrong with them. But if you pay close enough attention to some of their attacks, you can see them using their left arm, but only for the poison attacks.
Care to purchase an offering? May the departed rest in peace.
Alright, so we got another heal under our belt now. And a new item. Dragon's Blood Droplet. An item that is rarely dropped by a divine heir of the dragon's heritage. Using it will slightly increase resurrective power. Restore the power of life to those who have been drained of it by offering this drop to the sculptor's idol with the recovery charm in hand. In turn, all afflicted with the dragon rot will be healed. The incessant coughing must cease. So you always find these items in areas that pertain to Kuro or the dragon's heritage, and it even says here that an item that is rarely dropped by a divine heir of the dragon's heritage. So you don't necessarily just find it in places that relate to the divine heir, but they can also drop them themselves along their travels. So it might indicate that one has been there at some point in time. The shortcut nobody ever uses.
Oh, you survived. That accursed Gyobu's finally a corpse, I take it. That changes nothing, you know. There'll be more wars, there'll be more corpses, and deep-seated hatred will run wild. Where's all that hatred go? Haven't you ever wondered? Guess not. Guess you haven't. That's why I pity you. And I pitied him. Now then, be gone already. There's no end to war, no matter what this old hag says. Your duties will never change either. That's just how it is.
So she not only chastises people who engage in war, like Wolf and like Gyobu, but she also implies that the war from the hatred has to end up somewhere. It doesn't just disappear into the air. It has to be funneled into something at some point. This is not only foreshadowing what happens to the sculptor later on, but when we do the quest where we give Sculptor all the sake and find out that he is the demon that we can face later on, we get more dialogue from this lady that helps reinforce that notion. That the reason why the sculptor is sculpting all these idols is to quell the deep-seated rage and wrath that is apparently being funneled into him as a vessel because of the war. The notion that chi or energy or spiritual power or even hatred and love, I guess, it doesn't just disappear into nothingness. It's channeled into something else or turned into something else entirely, is prevalent in a whole bunch of different cultures, but especially in Japan. Like, you think of it in like the physical sense where energy is never truly destroyed. It always turns into something else. They take this aspect of nature and the physical world and apply it to spiritual and metaphysical feelings and stuff like that as well.
Another rat. But those eyes. A starving wolf. Before I kill you, tell me your name. Tell me your name! No name to give. You shinobi are all the same. You die nameless, with no one to mourn you. However, your left arm, a prosthetic shinobi arm, it reminds me of... That's it. A one-armed wolf. I like it. Which means Sekiro. That is what I shall name you. Who are you? I am the Tengu of Ashina. Come, Sekiro. Care to hunt some rats with me? What? Rats have snuck into Ashina, scurrying about like they own the place. There are all kinds of rats out there, and they must be cut down. Every last one of them. It seems you have a talent for killing. Allow me to help you hone that talent. What'll it be, Sekiro? Will you hunt rats with me?
Hell yeah.
Very well.
Excellent. You'll need this if you're with me, Sekiro.
A description of the rats that have snuck into Ashina. Speak to the Tengu again once the rats are dealt with. The rats are assassins from Senpo Temple, short stature, wear bamboo hats. A number of rats are lurking about, and they were last seen around the castle gate.
What is this?
The face of a rat, and where it makes its home. Go and kill it. If you do, I will give you something that will aid you in battle.
So the main character's name is Wolf. Owl calls him Wolf. Lady Butterfly calls him Wolf. His actual name is Wolf. But when we run into the Tengu of Ashina, he sees that we only have one arm, and it reminds him of somebody that owned the prosthetic before, the sculptor. So, the name Sekiro, I'm not sure how Ro comes from wolf, but the prefix, actually, I don't know whether it's the prefix or the suffix in Sekiro, but the word essentially means part of a whole. It's something that's missing a part of itself. So we have Sekiro and Sekijo. So Seki must mean part of a whole. So the word Sekiro, it loosely implies one-armed wolf, but it's a wolf that's missing a part of its whole. He recognizes the arm because it once belonged to the sculptor. And the sculptor, before he was known as the sculptor or the bounding orangutan of the Sunken Valley or the bounding monkey of the Sunken Valley, some people also referred to him as Sekijo, because Sekijo loosely translates to one-armed orangutan or one-armed monkey. There is a deity in the Shinto religion that is essentially a red-haired monkey that loves alcohol. So that was the inspiration behind the sculptor and his appearance. And I'll show this later on if I can manage to get all the timing right and everything. But the Tengu of Ashina is actually Ishin Ashina. You can kind of tell from the voice and the hair. But at some point, I'll show you the Tengu's outfit hanging in Ishin Ashina's room when he's just chilling there waiting to drink sake. So when it comes down to Tengu, Tengu in Japanese folklore are a type of mischievous supernatural being, sometimes considered the reincarnated spirit of one who was proud and arrogant in life. Tengu are renowned swordsmen and are said to have taught the military arts to heroes throughout Japanese folklore. They live in trees and mountainous areas. And they're typically represented by the long nose that we can see here, the Tengu mask that Ishin's wearing. Originally, I believe Tengu were more represented by like birds or something. They took the forms of birds of prey and were represented by a monkey deity. I didn't know about the monkey stuff. Buddhism long held that the Tengu were disruptive demons and harbingers of war. Their image gradually softened, however, into one of protective and even manifestations of Buddhist deities. If still dangerous, spirits of the mountain and forests. Tengu are associated with the ascetic practice of shugendo, and they are usually depicted in the garb of the followers, blah, blah, blah. So shugendo, if you remember Senpo Mountains, or the Senpo Temple, as we ascend up Mount Kongo, one of the checkpoints we can reach is Shugendo. And Shugendo is basically mountain monks. It's a particular facet of Shinto mountain worship and Buddhism, but essentially placing temples at the top of mountains, or the act of going up a mountain and ascending upwards towards divinity, is represented by Shugendo. The easiest way to put it, as I said earlier, is mountain monks. And we'll talk more about that later when we actually get to Senpo Temple. But it's interesting that Tengu have an association with Shugendo. because Ishin isn't a part of Senpo Temple. They're kind of like opposed to each other at this point in time. But there was a point in the history of Sekiro where the Ashina clan and the monks of Senpo Temple were kind of buds, and they were a little bit more friendly towards each other before the monks ended up becoming isolated degenerates up in the mountains, as Ishin describes them. So the Tengu were originally mischievous demons, but then they eventually became associated with like mountain guides and that sort of stuff. But I think throughout like different animes and different Japanese movies, people have probably seen tons of Tengu masks throughout their lifetime, but they're mostly represented by the long nose, which originally used to be a beak, because Tengu were associated with birds of prey.
It seems Ishin's illness is indeed grave.
The land of Ashina will not last much longer, even with Genichiro on our side. What about our other mission?
Black Hat is fighting like a demon by the Serpent Valley side of the castle.
Then that's where we're going next. But keep your wits about you. The Black Hat Badger won't go down without a fight.
That didn't work. So when you attack these guys, they block your attacks with their giant hats. But if you have the axe, it smashes right through them, cleaves it in half. So those were the rats we needed for the quests. I'm gonna save these skills because I'm about to get another esoteric text anyway.
Looks like you've caught yourself some rats.
Yes.
I knew you had a talent for killing. Wonderful. Here's your reward. Take it.
A compendium of the Ashina sword style allows one to learn Ashina style skills. The text reads like a history of Ishin Ashina's battles. When young, Ishin fought desperately time and time again, polishing his technique in the blood of his enemies. He consolidated his learnings under the Ashina style, named for the sake of his clan's dominance. So I never put this together in my first few playthroughs, but the Tengu even gives you Ishin Ashina's like log of battles, or the stuff that he's learned throughout his battles throughout the ages. So I learned that the Tengu was Ishin when I found his outfit in his quarters or whatever. But I never realized that the Tengu even gives you this book that specifies that it's Ishin Ashina's esoteric text. Now, this is something that a bunch of the Ashina clan would have learned over time. Obviously, because Ishin was their leader, he would have taught his subordinates his combat styles and everything. But yeah, Ishin basically, there is no like ins and outs, as he says, of the Ashina style. It's basically win your battles however you can win them, and use the techniques that you learned in battle to defeat the other foes that you'll run into later on.
This is...
The ways of the Ashina Blade. It's our school of fighting. But there are no hard and fast rules. You just win your battles. That alone is the most important rule of the Ashina style. I hope it can be of assistance with your rat hunting. And most of all, your own battles you've yet to fight.
If you win the fight against Genichiro at the beginning of the game, he says something along the lines of, I would have thought that a shinobi would tell the difference between honor and victory. So, a samurai is concerned with honor at all costs. So they won't go to any means to win their battles. They have a strict code of honor they must adhere to, and it's that code of honor that is supposed to help them win their battles. But people who practice the Ashina style or shinobis, they aren't bound by that set of rules. It's basically win your fight at any cost, and then use that knowledge to continue to win your fights and survive. Ichimonji. Ichimonji delivers a heavy one-hit overhead sword strike, deals high posture damage, and also recovers one's own posture with a strong forward step. Single-minded mastery of this technique is the heart of the Ashina style's strength. Once mastered, it can likely be improved. So it says there that you'll find a different version of the Ichimonji later on in the skill tree. But Ichimonji is particularly useful not only because it does damage, but it deals high posture damage as well as recovering your own posture. So instead of having to sit there and block to regain my posture, I can do an Ichimonji attack, and I'll not only deal incredibly high posture to the enemy, but I'll also regain some of my own. A lot of the combat arts seem kind of like disappointing in this game, but most people end up using Ichimonji or double Ichimonji because it's so reliable. That makes up for the 2 Aco sugars that I used earlier. Thought there was supposed to be a guy in here. Oh, there he is. Are there any items over here? There's a gecko somewhere. I can hear a gecko, but I don't see it anywhere. Suck at this fucking game, holy shit. They can drop Mibu possession balloons? Huh, interesting. There's a decent redemption there, I guess.
We're really planning to use that thing? In the battle. I know. But what choice do we have? Desperate times call for desperate measures. We're in no position to worry about what others might think.
Yes, but...
Hey, keep it together, soldier. Keep talking like that, and they'll put you on its detail. And when it's mad, it doesn't discriminate between friend or foe.
Shinobi Metas in rank 2. Sometimes a shinobi can survive what is certain death for a lesser warrior. As such, medicinal knowledge is vital. The only way to learn such techniques is to be gravely injured time and time again by worthy opponents. So yeah, the bull used to be such a gate into the rest of the game that they actually had to nerf it. There were so many people that couldn't get past the bull that they nerfed the fight into oblivion. I think a lot of people are also stuck on, oh, I have to lock on and I've got to be in front of the opponent every time. But if you unlock for that fight, hit the bull in the back so that it can't hit you with its flaming horns, and use firecrackers to your advantage, it's not really that hard. I don't really see why they nerfed the fight, because, you know, a lot of people just need to get good. But in order to proceed through the rest of the game, you have to defeat the bull. So I can see kind of why they nerfed it, but I just don't think enough people were fighting the bull the right way, because I never really struggled on it too bad the first few playthroughs, but I think most other people were just locking on and then fighting it head on. When you block or deflect flame attacks, they still do damage and they still break your posture more. So not locking on for that fight and using the firecrackers is 8,000% the way to go. And whenever we run into these praying ladies, the praying old ladies, they're always facing whatever they're talking about. So this lady's going to talk about Senpo Temple, and we can see the orange trees over there in the distance. In order to get to Senpo Temple, we have to go through the abandoned dungeon, which is also over this way.
Thank heavens. Thank heavens.
For what do you pray?
Oh, you there. Have you heard of the Senpo Temple? The Senpo Temple on Mount Kongo. A very special holy person lives in that place. Go on. Join me in prayer. Thank heavens. Thank heavens.
Alright, so let's join the lady in prayer.
That's right. Yes, that's the way. That's how one prays. You have a pious temperament. I offer this to you. Yes, pray as much as you please. Such a good, pious temperament. I offer this to you. Yes, very good. What devotion. Lastly, I offer this to you. If only someone like you could stand with the divine child. Those monk scoundrels always chase me away. Oh, divine child.
So yeah, you can join the lady in prayer by popping the balloons. I even think it mentions... Yeah, if one pops the balloon and prays, those its water splashes upon will acquire more coin. So it even tells you loosely in the description that that's how you go about praying in this game. In Ashina, there is a towering pink ogre of a man, said to have gone red-eyed and run amok before he was long shut away in a forsaken dungeon.
Lord Kuro.
It is time, Lady Emma. Yes, I know. Master Genichiro is waiting, is he not? I will return to the top of Ashina Castle. Wolf, that reed whistle we used before. This time, I will use it to call on you.
I'm pretty sure you never actually hear the whistle. It would have been cool if, as you were making your way up to the castle, you heard the whistle at some point, but I'm pretty sure it never happens. It's a pretty distinct sound, so I would have noticed it. And as I said before, Kuro and Wolf are inexorably tied to one another because of the immortal oath. So Wolf is occasionally able to see memories of Kuro as he advances up towards the castle before they're reunited. Alright, I hope you guys like door opening sequences.
Heard reports of a shinobi somewhere around here. I heard the same. But lately it feels like an everyday occurrence. I know. It goes to show just how soon the battle will be upon us. Even more the reason to take these reports seriously.
So this is the reservoir that we started off the game in, but now we have a grappling hook so we can make our way around a little bit better. You bastard. I didn't need to use spirit emblems there at all. Feels bad. You bastard. Oh, we can't use the sculptor's idol there yet. Why did I jump so far that direction? Amiibo balloon of spirit. Amiibo balloon filled with fountainhead water, imbued with a blessing of sympathy. If one pops this black and white balloon and prays, those his water splashes upon will have a higher chance of obtaining spirit emblems for a period of time. This balloon expresses mourning for the dearly departed. Red and white pinwheels are offered in fond remembrance. And red and white pinwheels are something we're going to learn more about as we proceed up to Senpo Temple in Mountain Congo. But in particular, red and white pinwheels signify a toy for children. So if those represent a gift for the departed, it also represents the death of a child, which is one of the main themes in the Senpo Temple story. So I believe these dudes have the same model as the Memorial Mob. They have the same character model and the same face and everything. And these are the guys that will bang on their pots and alert other enemies to your presence. Now you don't need to clear this area in order to fight the guys up there. There is a way around. I'm just trying to get some extra skill points in the meantime. So you can clear out all the enemies, but I'll spend these skill points and then show you an easier way to do it. Actually, I'll be able to get 3 here pretty easily. So a descending carp, a latent skill that for a few seconds after deflection increases damage to enemy posture from all sources. The Ashina style is deeply rooted in the flow of the fountainhead waters. They believe the act of successfully deflecting a blade is akin to a carp descending a waterfall. I guess carps probably migrate in order to lay eggs or get down with it. There's several different types of fish that they travel upstream or downstream in order to do their business, and some of them will either descend a waterfall or ascend a waterfall. Ascending Carp, a latent skill that increases the damage inflicted to posture upon performing a successful deflection. So, when you deflect with Descending Carp, you do more damage to enemy posture even while attacking, as long as you get a successful deflection. But this one increases the amount of posture damage done by any sort of deflection. The Ashina style is deeply rooted in the flow of the fountainhead waters. They believe the act of successfully deflecting a Blin is akin to a carp ascending a waterfall. Alright, so if you want to avoid all this shit, and you're stuck on the spear dude, run past all these guys, jump along the roof, jump over here, grapple, grapple, boom. Once you go up this way, the 7 spears dude will start moving, and this will allow you to get a free backstab in on him. Where did this other guy come from? That fight is brutal, especially with a friggin' ad jumping in the middle of it. So the 7 spears of Ashina we learn later on in one of the prayer bead descriptions, but there aren't 7 of these guys left anymore. There's only a few of them because the rest have already been killed. And the 7 spears of Ashina are some of the greatest warriors in the Ashina army, which is why they're so friggin' difficult.
Wolf, you said to me once, do what must be done, but I have yet to discover what it is that I must do. I don't understand. Why was I granted this power?
So there we have another memory that's very similar to the one that we saw at the Ashina Castle Gate. Kuro understands that he has the power of the dragon's heritage, his divine blood, but because he's being pressured by Genichiro to give him the immortal oath, and he sees how it's corrupting the people that are around him, not only through Genichiro's actions, but through the dragon rod as well. He's really displaying a sense of inner turmoil. You know, why was I granted this power if it's causing so much harm to the people that he cares about? If we go up here, we find another Jizo statue. I mentioned this before, but Jizo is a Shinto deity that protects the spirits of dead children. When a child dies before their parents, either through being stillborn or being an infant, it causes grief to the parent. So as a penance, the child's spirit piles stones along the river that takes you to the afterlife in Japanese beliefs. But if the spirit is being set upon by yokai or malicious evil spirits, or kami, Jizo will come and he'll swaddle them in his red cloth in order to protect them. As we proceed through the game, and if you go like sightseeing in Japan, you see this red cloth on statues and figures all over the place. Alright, I'm gonna rest here. So here we have some more of the Nightjar, Ishin's personal guard. We saw a bunch of them earlier, but we never got to fight them. Huh, I forgot about this rat showing here. You don't see too many rats up in this part of the gates. Or the castle, I guess. Oh my god. Forgot the guys on the other side attack you. Holy shit, they're still doing it. Lay off, fellas. This game sucks. Oh my fucking god, lay off. Hey, Roman. What's up, dude? If you don't kill these guys, and you go up and talk to the NPC up here, he gives you a line of dialogue where he says, I'm not going to talk to you unless it's safe. So you can skip those guys and try to talk to this dude, but he actually won't proceed forward unless you clear them out first.
You're not one of the samurai of this castle, are you, friend? You look like a shinobi. A skilled one.
Oh, Jesus fuck. Ouch.
That's right.
I thought so. Well, you sure got me out of the pot. You see, some unfortunate things happened. And then they were after me day and night. I was at the end of my rope. But boy, did you show them. Here, take this with my thanks.
Nightjar Beacon Memo. The Nightjar are the feathered dudes that jump around and throw the shuriken at me. A note on smoke signals used by Ashina Shinobi, the Great Nightjars. Pale pink smoke signals are placed along the rooftops of Ashina castles. These signals guide the Nightjar. The ashen-feathered flock are surely the only ones able to follow such a trail. Or a certain shinobi named Wolf, am I right?
See, I deal in information. It's how I make my living. Yeah, you still need something? Oh, sorry, but I don't do business in dangerous places like this. He who fights and runs away, you know? Maybe we'll cross paths again someday.
And once you clear out the enemies and then talk to this dude, I'll be able to find him at the dilapidated temple after this.
I'm sure you are all aware already. This coming battle will determine the fate of all Ashina. We go now to risk our lives for Lord Ishin and the peoples of Ashina. We are Ashina! We are unbreakable! Yeah! For Ashina!
There's a poorly translated mod that takes all the subtitles in the game, translates them out of English, and then translates them back into English and subs it in. So when you come across this segment in the game and they all go ARG, you actually hear them all go ARG, 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 ARG. Out of the way, please, sir. Yo, Coil, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it, dude. Whoop, we're dead. As if. God fucking damn it. I try to run into that little area to avoid the other dudes, but by avoiding all the other dudes, it makes it harder to fight that guy.
I'm sure you are all aware already. This coming battle will determine the fate of all Ashina. We go now to risk our lives for
Yes, hit me in the back. What the fucking... I cannot stand the movement in this game sometimes. Because you'll dodge an attack, and then they hit you in the back for some reason. Or you try to do like a slight jump up in the air, and Wolf jumps like 6 meters off to the fucking left, and then dives off a goddamn platform.
I'm sure you are all aware already. This coming battle will determine the fate of all Ashina. We go now to risk our lives for Lord Ishin and the people.
was pretty clean. Nice. Fucking incredible. I love getting sniped across the map. You think you're getting away with that, you little bastard? I don't fucking think so. Come here, you little shithead. He just jumped into the air when I threw the shuriken at him, so it broke his posture immediately. Alright, so you can actually see the Wu guys before they launch themselves at you, chilling up there in the kite. This is one of the best moments for anybody's first playthrough. So sorry if I spoil it for anybody in the chat. Of course I didn't parry it. I didn't even hit the button. You know what? This guy can have his fun. I'm out of here. None of these items are worth it. That guy actually explodes when he launches from his kite. You can parry the Wu guy if you actually hit the button instead of standing there like a fucking idiot. Breath of Nature Light. Recovers posture upon executing a successful death blow. The Ashina style also has techniques designed for fighting when greatly outnumbered. After killing an enemy, one must exhale, expelling both regret and reaffirming one's core to regain posture. I see we've got a Zuli the Witch subscriber in the chat. So this is the Ashina clan dojo, and you can even see the enemies here use skills like Ichimonji, which are a part of the Ashina style tree. There's a secret wall here. We have some more samurai outfits. These are basically the same armor that the 7 spears wear. You can tell from the pointed parts in the helmet. And this figure here, I don't think there's any other assets that have this particular art on it. It depicts a man with a spear and a sword riding a horse, and there's the blazing sun in the background. If we hug the wall, we find a secret area that has a prayer bead and a few other items in it. Antlers and containers and other sorts of books and everything in here. Things that the Ashina are trying to safeguard. Where did this guy come from? Get away from me, oh my god. Well, see you guys later. Well, I'm fighting through you once. If you don't kill the lady in the room below, you can't rest at this idol because she's too close to it.
Lady Emma, tell me, what has caused the state of this man?
The rejuvenating waters. That is what it is called.
Are you telling me that this is Ashina's secret weapon?
I am. Those who drink it cannot fully die. No, they become unable to die at all. The rejuvenating water, it also...
It springs from the dragon's blood, does it not?
Yes.
Lady Emma, I do not believe the dragon's blood is sacred. Not at all.
So here we get a little bit more of a confirmation about the ties between the rejuvenating waters and the dragon's blood. The divine dragon's blood is what gives Kuro his divine heritage. It's what causes him to be immortal. It's also why the wolf is able to be resurrected, because of the oath that the heir of the dragon's heritage has with Wolf. But Ashina, the land of Ashina, the military of Ashina, has also been using the rejuvenating waters in experiments on people, and they learn that when people drink the waters, they become unable to die. So there's a difference between being immortal and being undying. If you're an immortal, you stop aging and you cannot be harmed through conventional means, or you're able to get resurrected through an immortal oath. But if you're undying, it basically means you're a zombie, you're undead, you're not really alive, you're not really dead, but you cannot be fully killed. And we'll find out more about this in the abandoned dungeon, and we also find out more about this when we deal with Genichiro later on. When Kuro says that he doesn't believe the dragon's blood is sacred, I guess they could kind of see being immortal or undying as a sort of blessing or a gift, but we find out later on through the dragon rot and through dialogue with the divine child of the dragon's heritage in Senpo Mountain that it is actually a curse. The dragon is not in its original birthplace. The divine dragon is somewhere it's not supposed to be. So because it's not sacred, because it's not from its original homeland. This leads us to the Dragon Homecoming ending, where everybody kind of figures out through a bunch of dialogue that instead of just banging their head against the wall and trying to sever the bond with immortality, they must instead return the dragon to its original homeland. We also read in the Divine Grass that the ancient soil, rocks, and water that pervaded the land of Ashina are said to have attracted the attention of the gods. So this may be why the divine dragon ended up here, away from its homeland. Why is this guy so fast? Jesus Christ. Fellas? Fellas? So this is Ishin's quarters. That's why there's 3 of the Nightjar in the room below, because they're guarding Ishin's resting place. I mean, not resting place, it's where he hangs out, but we find a letter from Ishin in the watchtower. Perhaps Emma knows his current whereabouts. Dear Emma, the Ashina Castle gate has grown loud with the sound of scurrying. The Tengu will see to the rats. Worry not, Ishin. So there we have another indicator that Ishin is the Tengu. This is that window we were at earlier. Oops. Nice. I hate locking on. Get away from me. Get away from me. Oh, that was close. Holy shit. Here we have another one of the Misen monks. Gave us a heavy coin purse as well as a Gokan's sugar. Gokan's sugar refers to the Misen monks directly. The shinobi killers. Alright, I gotta go back and talk to Anayama before I do anything. I also kind of want to go up there and fight that other dude so I can get another bead. I think I need one more bead. I have 2 gourd seeds and 3 beads. So yeah, let's go fight that guy up there. Huh? Jinsuke Saze. There's that ascending carp coming into play really well. You can basically just get 2 perfect deflections on him, and as long as you have that talent, it immediately breaks his posture. Jinsuke uses a talent or a skill called the Ashina Cross. When we get the Ashina Cross later on in the skill tree, you hold your hand on the sheath of your weapon, and when you draw it out, you do 2 slashes immediately. It makes fighting this guy on New Game Plus a lot of fun, because he uses the same ability, and you can't actually get it until much later on in the Ashina sword style tree. Eel liver, a miraculous drug capable of banishing lightning, offered at the Ashina clan altar, greatly reduces the amount of damage received from lightning attacks, as well as the shock status abnormality. Lightning is a force of the gods. Eels, while small, are relatives of dragons. Even a god's force can be suppressed, though probably not for long. So, of course, we all know about electric eels. Electric eels gain their electric charge when you throw car batteries into the ocean. So I recommend everybody doing it because it's a cheap and legal thrill, and you have to keep the eels nice and fully charged. So throw as many car batteries into the ocean as you can. Dragons have a heavy association with lightning and storms in Asian mythology, especially in Korea, but also in Japan as well. So if a creature has electricity or some sort of electric power, that's why they end up being akin to dragons. We also see very similar kind of terminology in Dark Souls, where we have, for example, the serpents Kath and Frampt, who they're not dragons, but they're something similar to dragons. They're relatives of dragons. And yeah, throughout many ancient cultures, lightning was always associated with gods directly because they didn't understand that it was just the friction of clouds and the moisture that's up there being released. But yeah, there's an association with lightning and storms with dragons in Japanese and Korean folklore, as well as Chinese, I believe. And then you, of course, also have like Zeus and that sort of stuff from Greek mythology. It's a neat little painting here showing an Ashina warrior fighting a spirit embodied by a lightning cloud. Hanging scroll of an old battle. Ghosts once lurked the lands of Ashina. The ghost lightning was of the fountainhead gods, unstoppable by normal means. Avoid ground, reverse the lightning. So this is a gameplay hint. We're just going to have a little pop-up here in a second. But basically, if an enemy uses a lightning attack, we can jump into the air and then R1 to deflect the lightning back at its caster. But if we're standing on the ground, it will course through our entire body and kind of stick us to the ground for a second. It's really stupid because like the game literally tells you that you can reverse the lightning, but then because Activision, the game is like, oh, let's have a giant pop-up so that the player actually, like, you know, knows what we just said. Like, Dark Souls and Bloodborne are famous for having something incredibly vague in an item description or a note on the ground, and then forcing you to draw your own conclusions from it. And Activision robs us of that by having a note on the game, and then it literally coming up with a tooltip telling you what to do and when to do it. It kind of ruins a little bit of the magic, to be honest. Magnetic ore mined in Ashina. Base material commonly used in prosthetic tool upgrades of intermediate and higher rank. Forging with magnetite produces a hard steel, a precious commodity in Ashina. Bedrock offering up this ore is constantly mined out, making it a rare one at that. Here we have the nightjar smoke signals that we read about earlier. No, I think the tooltips are mostly an Activision thing. And Elden Ring is being published by Bandai Namco. Jesus fuck. There was more items over here. collect all the items in the game and then I never use them. What the hell? The fish. Alright, I got some stuff to do at the dilapidated temple and the Ashina outskirts before I proceed anywhere and forget.
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf.
Come.
This power, it comes from Lord Kuros. It's said to be a power of the Divine Heir's dragon heritage. Those who have been given the power of resurrection, they are revived upon death, repeatedly. Let me know if you notice any more changes. I don't think the power of resurrection comes without a cost.
Come.
Goodbye.
Oh, I see you've acquired something quite interesting. A mechanical barrel. It's a mechanism that can serve as the very core of the prosthetic. Hand it here. I'll fit it to the arm for you.
What difference does the barrel make?
With a versatile base such as this, I can use various purifying agents to further hone that fang of yours.
Purifying agents?
Purifying agents are materials that can be used together with the barrel. Things like gunpowder and scrap metal. So if you find something of that sort, be sure to bring it my way.
So they refer to the materials that we can use to upgrade the arm as purifying agents. This goes hand in hand with why we use spirit emblems as a resource to power the shinobi prosthetic. Because we're killing people with this item, it is becoming imbued with karmic debt and regret. So by using metal and other materials, we are essentially purifying the prosthetic arm. In the prosthetic tool upgrade menu, upgrade materials and sen can be spent to create upgraded versions of prosthetic tools. To upgrade, one must own the base tool and also complete any prerequisite upgrades. Older versions of a tool can still be used after upgrading. So now we have like the base shuriken and the base firecracker, but now we can modify it to unlock different versions of it. So the spinning shuriken is an enhanced shuriken that can be empowered with rotational energy. Damage an enemy's vitality and posture and does huge damage to jumping enemies. Taking a moment to further bend the spring and build rotational energy will cause the blade to rotate after landing, damaging the enemy multiple times on hit, similar to a spinning top, but with blades. So instead of just hitting the enemy once, it'll spin and hit them multiple times. We also get dialogue later on from the sculptor where he says that as he was training with the prosthetic arm for the first time, he would sculpt toys for Emma before he started carving the Buddha and using it as a shinobi weapon. So one of the toys that he created for Emma would have been a spinning top. A firecracker upgraded with a spring mechanism unleashes a loud explosion and bright flash which causes foes to recoil and inflicts posture damage on beast-type enemies. Charging up the spring mechanism adds rotational energy when spreading the firecrackers, affecting enemies in all directions. The base firecracker only affects you in a 180-degree field in front of you. The spring load firecracker is in a 360 degrees, so even if an enemy is behind you, it'll still stun them. So these are 400 apiece.
Sculptor.
Hey, it's you. Thanks again for bailing me out back at Ashina Castle. I'm gonna be hanging around here for a while. I need time to sort through all the info I've got. Speaking of which, I'm happy to do business with you anytime. Interested? Oh, so you're looking for goods instead of info, huh? I've always had sticky fingers, I guess. I end up collecting lots without really noticing. I got fed up with all the offerings and memorials, so I left the mob. But when I see a dead body, I can't leave it unpilfered. Besides, property can belong to anyone, right? Hey, friend. If you're going to Ashina Castle, be careful. They've got all kinds of strange ones in there now, and lots of them at that. I know the interior ministers are afraid of Ishin Ashina, but it looks like they've found their nerve. Tide might be turning for Ashina. Hey, friend.
Alright, so 2 dragon's blood droplets and a gourd seed. So 2,400.
Until next time, friend.
Might as well use it all and then get an upgrade for the tool.
Hey there, friend. Until next time, friend.
I'm glad you...
Come.
Goodbye.
What is it?
Spring-loaded axe, reinforced at the spring mechanism. The strength of the loaded axe lies in its heft. The weight allows one to shrug off incoming attacks and can easily turn a wooden shield into splinters. Storing and unleashing energy in the spring mechanism allows for a large, sweeping attacks despite its weight. So, that part where it says the weight allows one to shrug off incoming attacks is a little hint that when you're using the axe, you actually get poise while you're swinging it back. Spring-loaded flame vent. A flame barrel fitted with a gunpowder loaded mechanism. Deals damage to enemies with gouts of fire and inflicting burn status abnormality. The spring mechanism can also be charged to release a massive blast of flames and hot air, sending opponents flying. Gotta go talk to Anayama now. Oh, and I have prayer beads. The bull was a fiery, rampaging beast and nothing more. In the last Great War, the corpses of Ashina samurai piled high. Something had to be done. Cock.
I've been waiting for you, good sir. I procured some goods with the coin you gave me. Go on, buy something.
So now we can buy the Phantom Kunai, as well as some light coin purses. Kunai are the weapon that Lady Butterfly used in her fight. A kunai used by Lady Butterfly that can be used to upgrade the loaded shuriken. A ringing sound is heard when the kunai is thrown, and phantom butterflies appear in the kunai's trail. Since childhood, Lady Butterfly had accumulated much experience in Usui's forest, far from civilization along Tozan Trail. His forest is filled with mist and mystifications, making it ideal for training in illusion techniques. Now, I believe Tozan Trail is an actual trail that we can find in Japan somewhere, but Usui's forest is Owl's forest, when you get the Shura ending, you hear Owl's full name if you listen to both the English and Japanese translation of the name, because in Japanese you say the last name first, but in English you hear the first name first. So the Owl's full name is actually Usui Okonzaimon. So Usui's forest is Owl's forest. This is also why the Mist Raven prosthetic also mentions the same forest.
By the way, good sir, I'm going to let you in on something.
All right.
I'm thinking about expanding my business. I mean, who knows when Ashina will fall? It's what you might call a, sinking ship. In other words, opportunity is knocking, you know? Which is why I have a favor to ask of you.
What is it?
Do you mind finding out what the Ashina samurai want right now? You tell me that. I can sell it to them. You're a shinobi. I bet you've got a good ear for gathering information from the enemy. Help a poor merchant out here, huh? Please.
So because Anayama loves money so goddamn much, he's asking us to gain some intel on what the Ashina soldiers need so that he can find some and sell it to them. This happens much earlier than I anticipated. I haven't come back here until much later on, but I guess this probably happens once you kill Lady Butterfly? Damn. So we can get a better look at the bandages around Inosuke's head. And he likely received the injury to his eyes at the Harada estate when we ran into him earlier. We can see here that he is gravely injured and his mother is now dead as well.
Mother, until the end. The young master.
Rip. So when you talk to Anayama and he asks you to get some info, the info you get is from two samurai that are talking over this way. So that's why I wanted to go there first, to make sure I could actually eavesdrop at the right time. You can probably eavesdrop and then go to Anayama, now that I think about it. And you probably just tell him immediately. But I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything else.
Saying we don't have enough salt? Yes, sir. We use it for cooking, of course, but we also use it on wounds and for purifying the dead.
So at the rate people are dying, we're out then?
Yes, sir. That's why many on the battlefield are falling ill.
I see. We'll need to find a way to get some salt then.
So salt is another purifying agent. When you cover dead bodies in salt and then bury them, it prevents them from spreading infection. I'd imagine because it draws moisture out of stuff. And covering dead bodies in salts or drawing blood out of bodies are two different ways to help prevent spreading infection. It's time for monkeys. Beast-type enemies are a good source of resurrective power. When you kill fish and monkeys and dogs, you tend to get a lot more. You'll see red come up to wolf, and that's the resurrective power you can see above my health bar in the corner. And here we have some torii gates. Torii gates usually lead to temples or shrines in Japan, and they represent the act of crossing from the mundane into the divine. So as you pass through these gates, you purify your body before you make your way to a shrine or to a temple. You can also see that they obviously have spiritual significance because of the spirit emblems, which hang from this rope here. This type of rope is a shimenawa. So you can see a picture here. We'll actually see a shimenawa that looks like this as we actually make our way to the temple that's up ahead. Shimenawa, or enclosing rope, are lengths of laid rice straw or hemp rope used for ritual purification in the Shinto religion. The two main religious aspects we learn about in Sekiro are Buddhism and Shinto. A space bound by shimenawa typically indicates a sacred or ritually pure space, such as that as a Shinto shrine. Shimenawa are believed to act as a ward against evil spirits and or yokai, and are often set up at groundbreaking ceremony before construction begins on a new building. They are often found at Shinto shrines, torii gates, and sacred landmarks. Shimenawa are also placed on yorishiro, which are the other emblems that we can see all throughout the game. You can see these little bits of rice straw and these little lightning bolt pieces of paper all over the game that represent the Fountainhead Palace and the Divine Waters. Yorishiro, in Shinto terminology, is an object capable of attracting spirits called kami, thus giving them a physical space to occupy. The word itself literally means approach substitute. Once a yorishiro actually houses a kami, it is called a shintai. Ropes called shimenawa, decorated with paper streamers called shide, often surround yorishiro to make their sacredness manifest. Persons can also play the same role as a yorishiro, and in that case are called yoramashi, or a possessed person. In Sekiro, these things not only mark sacred places, such as torii gates and shrines, but they also guide us towards the Fountainhead Palace and the Divine Realm. Torii gates, I think they're a pretty common Japanese imagery that we've probably all seen before, even if we didn't understand their significance. A torii is a traditional Japanese gate most commonly found at the entrance or within a Shinto shrine, where it symbolically marks the transition from the mundane to the sacred, from everyday life into divinity. The presence of a torii at the entrance is usually the simplest way to identify Shinto shrines, and a small torii icon represents them on Japanese roadmaps. The first appearance of torii gates in Japan can be reliably pinpointed to at least the mid-Heian period, which is around 922 AC, or after Christ, whatever it is, AD. The oldest existing stone torii was built in the 12th century and belongs to Hachiman Shrine, blah 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 blah. So I think I basically covered all the basics there. They mark sacred places, purify us as we proceed through them, and they guide us from the mundane to the divine, from reality into the divine. I couldn't think of another word for it. And here's a bigger shimenawa that looks more similar to the one that I showed you in that picture a moment ago. I don't really need to go down this way yet. I'm gonna go talk to Black Hat Badger now. Of course.
Hey, you didn't see a little scoundrel come running through here, did you? We're after one, and I'm fairly sure he came this way.
What was he wearing?
He had a black hat on, short little guy.
Thing is, nobody's passed this way at all. The only thing that did look like some kind of animal. A raccoon? Maybe a badger? Couldn't say for sure. You sure you didn't mistake that animal for your criminal?
Aw, come on! Ah, forget it.
There's another member of the Sunken Valley clan. The Sunken Valley is a place I'm gonna explore shortly. Please. See, why did I log onto that guy? Who's like 8 million feet away. What the hell? Why can't things just work the way they're supposed to? Oh my god. Fuck this fucking game sometimes, dude. You can see some blood stains here in front of Black Cat Badger. And you can also see the corpses of the other rats that he's killed.
Told those morons to give it a rest. They don't. They just keep sending more. Such a pain in my... of course not. There's something different about you. But I'd say you're in the same line of work. The name's Black Cat Badger. What's yours? Real sociable one, aren't we? First this stubborn lot, now a down-in-the-dump shinobi. And then those Ashina boys raising hell outside. Could this day get any better?
You're a fugitive.
Something like that, sure. By the by, I'm a little out of pocket these days. Got the goods, but no one to sell them to. Been waiting for someone like you to show up. Now, if you ask me, this iron-ribbed fan has your name written all over it. With this, you won't pay arrows or bullets no heed. You never know. It might even hold against cannon fire. Now, if you ask me, this iron-ribbed with...
So Yashariku's sugar. Sugar candy made in Senpo Temple, sustaining Yashariku's blessing. Halves max vitality and posture while granting a large attack power boost. So Eiko's sugar gives you attack power, but has no negative effects. This thing gives you so much attack power that it also reduces your health and your posture by half. Bite the candy and take the Yashariku stance to impart its human benediction. Forbidden at the temple, this candy was distributed far and wide in exchange for donations towards costly undying research. Bite down, secret shinobi drug, blue in color. When times call for death by one's own hand, samurai turn them swords on themselves as a matter of pride, which is seppuku, while shinobi demand a swifter means. Simply crush in the back teeth to die. Nothing more is required. If you die in an enemy's hand, it blocks out further resurrections, but if you die at your own hand, you'll come back with at least half your health, and you'll also be able to resurrect anyway. So if you have like a health sliver, like if you have like 1% of your health left and you're gonna die on your next hit no matter what, you can use this to come back with half health and then still be able to resurrect afterwards. Iron Fortress, an iron fan made in the far west. Experienced iron-ribbed fan users can deflect arrows and even bullets using this tool. Passed down through generations of assassins serving Senpo Temple, it wouldn't be surprising if the next owner decided its weight was impractical. So the Senpo rats have hats that they use to guard themselves, basically use them as shields. So we get to use the Iron Fortress in the same capacity. It's not just a shield, but it will also deflect bullets and arrows. And we even get some interesting attacks that we can use with it later. Anti-air death blow text. Compendium on the shinobi martial art anti-air death blow, skill unlocked upon acquiring this item. A technique which serves the shinobi who is not bound by the earth in battle. Leap towards an opponent who has exposed himself in midair and strike, killing him before he hits the ground. So we can use the shuriken to hit enemies in the air and it'll deal more damage and posture damage to them. However, now once we have this death blow text, if an enemy jumps, we can jump at them and we get a free death blow while they're in midair.
Well, I'll be here, raking in the profits. Come back anytime you like.
I already spent all my money, so I can't get either of these. So now is the time to save my sen, as it were. How many of these can I have on at a time? Oh, nice. I didn't think I'd be able to use all of them. What the hell? Got 81 sen for killing 3 dudes. Seems like a ripoff. Oh my, this game sucks. if. Splash damage. Alright, so that wasn't nearly as much money as I thought I was going to make. Didn't seem like it was worth using the balloons at all, but oh well. Now what? Like, I'm supposed to go and find a blood sample from somebody else. But even though I got 2 rot essences earlier... Oh, the old lady died because I killed Lady Butterfly. So I got it before the Lady Butterfly fight and then killed her. So if I want to clear that quest out as soon as possible... Damn it, now if I want to complete the quest, I have to die a bunch of times in order to get more rot essence on somebody else. That's so dumb. I should have thought of that. Mind you, I didn't really know until this playthrough. So I guess now I go to the Sunken Valley? Yeah, it's Sunken Valley time. I can also get a shit ton of money and experience points there as well. So here we have another Shinto shrine covered in Shimenawa and Yorishiro. So a Shimenawa is the rope and Yorishiro are the ornaments that hang from the rope. What do you mean you're still alive? Yellow gunpowder, amber-colored grains forming the base for powerful gunpowder, a precious commodity only found in the Sunken Valley. Used for explosive prosthetic tool upgrades of intermediate and higher rank. The yield from yellow powder is greater than that of black, lending the valley's stronghold defenses their fiery vigor. I would imagine it's yellow probably because of a high sulfur content. When sulfur is mixed with other stuff, it basically makes it more potent. shotgun does so much bloody damage.
The gun fort. It was even more formidable than we'd heard. We were reckless to go in unprepared. It takes me back. I can hear the Senko temple bell.
Acquire the combat art Nightjar Slash, a spinning leap attack that can quickly close or create distance from foes. A technique of the Nightjar clan, the shinobi who serve Ashina. The Nightjar use the weight of their massive shuriken to add force to the blow. The shinobi prosthetic is made of heavy steel and can be used in a similar capacity. So, the Nightjar Slash is kind of like a somersault. And we can use it to flip towards an enemy or flip away from them as well. So if I lock on to an enemy, hold back, and do it. I don't know why it's not working. You can use it to go backwards as well as forwards, but it's not working for me right now. This is the gun fort because there's a bunch of snipers who shoot you as you try to make your way across. The Sunken Valley clan has very keen eyes and they can see you from very far away. The leaders of the Sunken Valley clan are called Snake Eyes. They're called Snake Eyes not only because of their good vision, but because there's two of them. I'll deal with her later because I kind of suck at that fight. Explosive things are traps. So if you try to sneak through the area, it makes it hard because those things make so much noise. So I usually try to clear them out before I start farming here. This spot is the best early game farming spot. Basically, as soon as you kill the bull, you can kind of rush to this area. I did a whole bunch of other side stuff along the way. But once you kill the bull, you can make your way here just by running past everything. And then you can use this as a farming spot because once you get to this idol, you just get a bunch of free backstabs on these dudes. And they're worth not only a decent amount of send, but they drop, or they give you a lot of XP as well. Oops, didn't mean to fall there. See ya. Oh, if I knock them down that way, I can't get the loot from them. Feels bad. So I basically got 2 skill points and about 1,000 sen for that with the balloon up. And what I like to do when I'm playing this game is I'll basically farm these guys until I have enough skill points to get the tree at the, or the skill at the end of the prosthetic tree. This ability right here is one of the most powerful abilities you can get in the game. You could kind of consider those ladies to be priestesses, which is why we get so many spirit emblems from them. How many beads do I have? None. As if that guy saw me. What the hell? Oh, fuck you. How did that guy fucking see me? Whatever. Okay, I gotta do a full reset. Fine. Just wasting my buff. Just wasting my buff for no reason. No idea what I did differently there compared to the other time. hate the, like, they need to go up the fucking ledge. The distance at which you can hang off a ledge is way too friggin' high. I do it by accident all the time. Nice. Where am I? There we go. Charge attack there. Emma's medicine potency increases the healing effect of recovery items. Emma taught this technique to the sculptor long ago. Memorizing the flavor will enhance its effects. However, knowing this technique doesn't make the medicine taste any better. You can have both balloons up at a time, but you can choose to loot the enemies after the fact. So if you kill a bunch of enemies, leave the loot on the ground, and then use the balloons before you pick up all the loot, you'll get more. At least if it still works that way. When I employed that method originally, it was because you could only have one balloon buff on at a time, but they patched it so that you can have multiple balloon buffs up at once. Oh shit, you can get a backstab on this guy. I thought you always had to fight him. I need both of these before I can get that. So I need like 6 total points. Yeah, I'm getting kind of bored. I'm gonna go do other stuff. beginning to think that some parts of this game are almost too easy unless you have the debuffs on. A large fan made of dyed red Japanese Aurelia leaves can be fit to the shinobi prosthetic to become a tool. Fanning it creates a large vortex of wind, spiriting away those it catches. Divine abduction through an 8-handed fan. Once is fine, but twice and you'll never return. If abducted, we'll head to Mount Congo. At Senpo Temple, we'll perform virtuous deeds. So Aurelia leaves are an actual type of plant that's in Japan, and the notion of being spirited away is something that comes into play in a quest with an NPC later on, where he asks if we can spirit him away because he heard that shinobis can do such a thing. I'm not necessarily sure if this is a reference to the anime Spirited Away, but I'm not personally a fan of anime. I don't gravitate towards it because I have an affinity for it. But when it comes down to films like Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, Akira, A Perfect Blue, even if you don't like what anime has turned into in the last 20 years, I think you can still appreciate all of these films as art and as good movies. So I'm not necessarily sure if it's a Spirited Away, if it's a reference to the movie, or if being spirited away is more of a like Japanese folklore kind of thing. Like maybe there's a certain type of yokai or a certain circumstance where the explanation for people just disappearing is that they were spirited away to another place. But when we use this ability on the monks of Senpo Temple, it actually one-shots them. It spirits them away somewhere else, and you can basically kill them in a single hit using this ability. So here we have a statue of Buddha, and they're holding a snake skin. Now, I ran into the serpent god earlier, the serpent of the Sunken Valley, and we've ran into a few different creatures in this game that represent immortality and rejuvenation. So dragons, carps, and also snakes. Snakes are a type of animal that they outgrow the skin that they're in. So when they shed their skin, it's considered an aspect of rebirth and rejuvenation. So you can see how it goes hand in hand with the Buddhist cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And we can also see that the god that is worshipped presently is the divine dragon, because the divine dragon represents the rejuvenating waters, and everybody in the story of Sekiro is trying to get their hands on this undying immortal power. The monks at Senpo Temple, the Ashina military, how it represents Kuro and Wolf and their immortal oath. So there's a Vadividya video called The Old Gods of the Sunken Valley, because whereas people used to worship Buddha and the serpents, they now only seek to become immortal and undying. So in a way, they kind of, the divine dragon has replaced Buddha and the serpent, and they're kind of bros. We have this version here, which has a Buddha holding the snake skin, and then later on, there is a Buddha that has a serpent heart, but that statue of Buddha, the heart seems like it's actually taken out of the statue, and Buddha also has snake scales on his face. So, in a way, the serpent god also kind of represents the Buddha in a certain way. This door is locked, and we get access to this after we fight Genichiro. You can just barely see an item through there. And that rattling sound is the sound of the long arms, the centipede dudes. The grappling hook you can see here is a serpent statue. Geckos are able to use their paws to stick to surfaces, and NASA and other research companies have actually researched gecko hands to see how they can emulate how they work in order to make robotic arms that can grab onto anything or stick to any surface. I also saw a video of a guy who emulated the gecko hands and created his own like wall climbing device where he had to go and climb a wall like a gecko does. Shake it, shake it, shake it. If you jump and you have the anti-air blow text, or anti-air death blow, you can one-shot those guys by jumping above them. And this is the item that we saw earlier, contact medicine. How do I... What the hell? That's a bull skeleton. It's a weird place to find a bull skeleton. Alright, I'm gonna get this last skill point out of the way. Oh shit. That happens. so fucking long to do the attack. Holy shit. Dude, I got things to do. Just fucking die already. Holy shit. Do I need these? Oh, Nightjar slash reversal is a totally different thing. Ah, okay. So yeah, Living Force. That's the one that you want, because what it does is when you use Flame Vents, you can use it to buff your sword with fire, or buff it with anti-apparition stuff. So when you have Living Force, you not only get fire damage on your weapon, which will help reduce an enemy's health quicker and reduce their posture quicker, but you can also use this to do damaged apparition type enemies without needing Divine Paper, which is quite nice. Nightjar slash reversal performs a spinning leap attack that can quickly close with or create distance from foes. So like I was saying earlier, the Nightjar slash is a leap forward, but the Nightjar slash reversal allows you to do it forward and backward. So you'll do an attack, but you'll also somersault backwards and create distance, which is quite handy in some scenarios. That should be enough to afford the stuff from Black Hat.
This here dive ain't half bad. Got clientele coming in left and right. All are welcome. Well, as long as they got the cash. Now, if you ask me, this with no. You hear about this one? Rats have been swarming into Ashina Castle these days. You know the ones I mean. But there's this hell-bent old-timer cutting them up like it was nothing.
Was he wearing a Tengu mask?
Oh, so you did see him.
Yes. We spoke.
Well, ain't you just full of surprises? I'm impressed he let you keep your head. Rats, you know, but there's...
I hadn't heard.
Oh, is that right? At the big castle gates where the Gyobu demon fellow was, there's a watchtower. On the side near Serpent Valley. You should find the old bastard there.
You're well informed.
Well, that's because I take a keen interest in saving my own skin. That old geezer, I got a feeling he don't discriminate between badgers and rodents. So long.
Hey, Terror. It's okay, man. You'll get better. You'll get better. People who have thousands of hours in Dark Souls and Bloodborne, they still struggled at this game when they played it the first times. And even after 400 hours, I still struggle with it from time to time as well.
About the ways of the Ashina Blade. It's our school of fighting. But there are no hard and fast rules. You just win your battles. That alone is the most important rule of the Ashina style. I hope it can be of assistance.
So, Tengu must not move until Genichiro is dead? I guess. Alright, I'm gonna spend this sen on some upgrades. And then I'm gonna fall off a cliff a few times so that I can proceed with the Dragon Rod quest line.
I'm glad you've come. Goodbye.
What is it?
You're a cat. You're a cat. You're not even real. Hello, baby. Is there anything else I can buy from this dude?
Hey, there's still. Until next time, friend.
I'll just buy the coin purse and that way I can use it later. So yeah, in order to give people Dragon Rot, Kuro has to die a bunch of times. So, instead of going and doing it the old-fashioned way, I'm just going to do it here to speed things up a little bit. Are you struggling with anything in particular, Terror, of the situation, or are you just having trouble, like, getting the parry timing and all that sort of stuff? If there's any kind of advice I can give you, just let me know. Death for lore purposes, okay? I'm dying for the lore. I do what I must because I can. For the lore. The huge giant dude, okay. So, did you get a bell from an old lady in the same area? Because if you talk to an NPC in that area, you can find a bell. If you use the bell at the temple, you can go to a completely new area, which you can explore. And there's an item in that area that'll really, really help you against that giant dude. Why am I not getting Dragon Rot stuff here? Yeah, keep exploring the Ashina outskirts, the little area just before you fight the ogre guy. because there's still some stuff you have to find there. But when you get that bell and you get to go to this other area, there's a lot of really cool items you can find there that'll help you along your way. Why am I not... Do I have to... Oh, I have to resurrect. I have to resurrect, that's why. If I die from fall damage, I just straight up die. I have to resurrect in order to use the power. Lena, what are you doing? Why are you being a cat? I'm dying on purpose for lore, okay? It's just how I roll. Why is this not working? If I don't get it this time, I'm just gonna die through conventional means. I'm bored of this already. Come on. Come on. Why is it not? This game sucks. This game fucking sucks. It's actually a few things I can do right now, now that I think about it. I already went to Sunken Valley Way. I'll go up to Senbo. Senbo is probably the best place for me to go right now. I'll be right back, just give me a second. I don't know why the Dragon Rod quest wouldn't proceed forward. I mean, I've talked to a million NPCs, I died 3 times in a row after resurrecting, and still I got nothing.
I heard you were the one that put the armor on that big bugger from Taro Troop.
Yeah, he was making a stink about it. It was a damned awful job.
But it looks like it paid off, didn't it? He already had a huge frame and massive strength, and you just made him near impervious to blades.
That is true, but...
Hey, Cabretti, what's up,
he
man?
doesn't like that armor, and he sure didn't like me putting it on him. When a fight happens, it might come off easier than you think.
You have any good cheesecake lately? key to a samurai gatehouse located in the Ashina Reservoir, not far from where the well the wolf was kept in. Here, Gyobu the demon's broken horn is respectfully guarded by Ashina samurai. The broken horn is the spear blade once wielded by Gyobu the demon. It's said that no prey can escape Gyobu's horn. It pulls enemies in and is even capable of stripping an enemy's armor. So we just eavesdropped on enemies that said that they put armor onto another enemy, and then we immediately find a key that says that when we use this key, we'll find an item that strips enemies of their armor. So, you know, just lending into the Activision hand-holding that this game has. Here we can see the aforementioned member of Taro Troop hanging out with his puppos. Now these guys typically aren't too bad to deal with, but if we try to attack this guy from the front, you see that armor that he's wearing? It basically means that even if we hit him, we won't do very much damage. So up this way is where I fought one of the 7 spears of Ashina, some of the Ashina military's greatest soldiers. And here's some deep lore. Okay, guys? There's enemies we fight called 7 spears of Ashina. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spears. Miyazaki's truly a genius. Strawberry shortcake, nice. Gyobu's broken horn, famed horn spear once used by Gyobu Masataka Oniwa. The horn contracts to pull enemies in, also capable of stripping crude armor. When the horn was broken during the rebellion, Ishin praised it for its splendid shape, awarding Oniwa with the cross-bladed spear of Shuzen Tamura. If you remember the opening cutscene for the game, we saw Ishin fight a huge motherfucker who was wielding a spear, and when he killed that motherfucker, he said, "General Tamura is no more." So Ishin kills Shuzen Tamura, takes his spear, fights Gyobu, who was the leader of a band of thieves. He notices Gyobu is a particularly good fighter, so he awards Gyobu with Tamura's spear and initiates him into the Ashina clan. We talk a lot about the Ashina clan and the mention of family and adoption that we see in Sekiro, but when you're talking about a clan, you're talking about a family of people who aren't related by blood. So one of the things that you notice as you proceed through the story and you talk with all these different characters in the game is that even if somebody is the father of somebody else, they're usually the adoptive father of that person. So you can have family or clan members that are not related by blood. It's about the bond that those people have and the situations they share. Oops. I actually meant to go back to the temple there. I have like 3 or 4 new prosthetic tools I can use.
I'm glad you've
come.
Goodbye.
What?
Oops, wrong one. Loaded spear, loaded with Gyobu's broken horn. Unleash far-reaching thrust attacks. Lighter enemies struck by the spear may be dragged towards the wielder. Those of large build will at times force themselves into poorly fitting armor. Such armor could be torn clean off, coined by Gyobu as armor stripping. A prosthetic tool created by fitting an indestructible iron-ribbed umbrella to the arm. When spread open, it will protect against attacks from all directions. Hold it out while moving to protect from light attacks. But this is an umbrella after all. It won't protect you from low attacks, such as sweeps. Divine Abduction. Prosthetic tool loaded with a large fan. Gathers and releases a gust of wind, forcing enemies caught by the vortex to turn around. It is a mild sort of being spirited away that can be returned from quite quickly. However, it's said that one can only return from being spirited away once, and if taken again, there is no coming back. If we look at the original form of the fan, it actually has more lore that's more context appropriate. Divine Abduction through an 8-handed fan. Once is fine, but twice and you'll never return. If abducted, will head to Mount Congo. At Senpo Temple, will perform virtuous deeds. So the implication here is that the reason why the monks of Senpo Temple disappear when we use the large fan on them is because they've already been abducted once, which is why they're at Senpo Temple. So if we hit them with it again, they are destined to never return, which is why they just kind of vanish all of a sudden. That's part of the reason why I tend to do these lore playthroughs on New Game instead of on New Game Plus. On New Game Plus, you have more of the tools available, but prosthetic tools and the items and the prosthetic tools that they turn into have different descriptions. So if I play on New Game, I don't have to Google up the descriptions to read them. I just get them and then change them. Hey, buddy. Nice. Sounds like a plan. I hope your throat feels better soon. Having a sore throat is a pain in the butt. I could just death blow this guy right now. So here we have the bell dude. If we hit him from the front, he has armor, so we don't do any damage to him. If you hit him with the spear, and then hit him with the spear again, you can strip the armor right off. Probably my favorite enemy to fight. I wish there was more of them. Or like imagine fighting 2 of those things at once. That would be a lot of fun. So earlier, when I was at Senpo Temple, I rang a bell which was possessed by a demon. When you ring the bell, the demon is transferred into you and gives you the Demon Bell debuff, which makes enemies do more damage, but it also increases their chance at dropping items. And this guy tries to trap us inside of a bell. And there's a bunch of different references later on in the game that imply that as Wolf continues to kill people, he becomes more and more demonic. I also learned recently by watching the TV show Invincible, which is just about like superhero stuff, that bells have actually been used in several different cultures throughout history to either trap or banish demons. So in Sekiro, we have a bell that is possessed by a demon, and we can transfer it into us. And in other different cultures, you have to use a bell in a ritual that will banish a demon back to hell or wherever it originally came from. So bells are also significant in a lot of different religious contexts. Like you have the bells at churches that let people know when it's time to come worship. And in Bloodborne, bells are used to cross the gap between worlds, and in several different rituals that the Healing Church employs. In Dark Souls, bells are chimes which we use to channel miracles, which are basically faith magics that are fueled by belief in the gods in Dark Souls. So FromSoft has been able to use bells as significant items in each of their games, while also building on the historical value that they've had throughout several different cultures spanning the ages. So yeah, FromSoft smart. Miyazaki smart. I like this guy. He's basically the same model as the other ones, except he's way, way happier looking. What are these? Are these fish nets? I don't know what the hell all these little ornaments are, or these offerings, I guess. There's incense, but then there's also these weird rope nets all over the place.
Care to purchase an offering?
Another one.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. We, the impure, cannot turn a blind eye to anyone. Go ahead. Buy an offering.
We, the impure. Alright, so we get one droplet and a prayer bead. So I need 1,600?
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. Wherever your travels take you, make sure you bring some offerings with you. Care to... May the departed rest in peace.
Alright, so there's 3 prayer beads. And here we make our way into the abandoned dungeon. Pacifying agent, powdered medicine for calming nerves, used by those who deal in unspeakable deeds. Reduces terror buildup and increases terror resistance for a time. Gravekeepers, executioners, the memorial mob, all who keep death close, keep this powder closer, adhering to a simple rule. If seized with fear, cover your rear. The headless enemies that we can fight throughout the game cause terror with their attacks, And they also have an attack where they disappear and then appear behind you and grab you. If the headless grab you, they reach into your butt, they pull out your butt, and then they put it into their own butt. So that's probably why. It says if seized with fear, cover your rear. And I'll be showing that later on when I actually fight those fuckers. I mean, obviously it's supposed to be something, but I apart from it being some sort of random plant I've never seen before in my life, I don't know. So the undying people in the abandoned dungeon, they actually can't be killed. Even if we get a death blow on them and kill them, they'll always respawn and come up because they are undying, you see. However, if we use the flame vent, they will burn up and die for good. So they're not only afraid of the fire and it stuns them, but we can also use it to permanently get rid of them. Gross. So yeah, this is what I meant about the difference between being undead or undying and immortality. The undead are people that have already been killed and are reanimated, and their bodies are all gross and covered in wounds and marks and everything. But if you're immortal, you either can't die from old age or you cannot be harmed through conventional means. These guys must have been failed experiments because they're all obviously dead. I'm pretty sure these are decapitated heads. Yeah, you can see hair underneath. Rotting prisoner's note. A note left by a dead and rotting man in the abandoned dungeon. Supposedly the fragrant stone is enshrined in a village in the Ashina depths, but how to interpret throw oneself? This is as far as that old Okami tome could take me. But did they truly reach the Fountainhead Palace? I'd like to know, but it seems I never will. Kotaro, forgive me. So, this note was left by Kotaro's father. Kotaro is the member of the tarot troupe that we can spirit away and send to the area that the Divine Child can also be found in. And This implies either that the Taro Troop are experiments of the Ashina, and this explains why they're so resilient and why they're so strong. It might be because they imbibed the rejuvenating waters, although I don't necessarily consider all the Taro Troop to be undead. But I guess Genichiro isn't undead either, right? He's just incredibly resilient from drinking the waters, and he's unable to be killed despite receiving multiple grave wounds. There's also a bunch of Taro Troop people up in the Senpo Mountains, so maybe if the monks at Senpo Temple were doing their own experiments and their undying research, maybe the Taro Troop comes from there. And either way, the reason why the Taro Troop people are so dumb and so big and brawny are likely because they were being experimented on, either by the Ashina military or by the monks at Senpo Temple. No. Yeet. So you can break out of grabs the same way in this game as you can in the other games. If you're grabbed, mash L1 and R1, but alternate between them. And whenever you go boop, 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 you'll eventually break out of a grab. Around Red Lump, consumed to gain red eyes and reduce flinching from enemy attacks, but also prohibits the use of resurrection. A red mass is the lingering trace of one who is unable to achieve their desires. Slightly warm to the touch, it pulsates softly. So because imbibing the rejuvenating waters makes you undead or undying, it also means that should a piece of your flesh be removed, it'll sit there and pulsate softly, as if it were still alive. This is very similar to what we see with Queen Annalise in Bloodborne, because she is also undead, and even if she's smashed into pieces, those individual pieces still pulsate and writhe, and she can be reanimated. When we use the red lump, we gain poise, so we won't flinch when we're attacked, but if we die while using the red lump, we cannot resurrect. Noisy ass crickets.
What are you doing here? Of all places. Ah, are you perhaps a shinobi?
That's right.
I thought as much. Might you be willing to take on a favor for me? I am Dojun.
I've been tasked with the preparation of a medical treatment using the rejuvenating waters. I'll get to the point, my dear Shinobi. This is a letter I received from the Master. The particulars are contained within.
Surgeon's bloody letter. A worn and blood-stained letter from Dosaku, the surgeon in the abandoned dungeon. Required one tough man, preferably a strong samurai, or a young, large soldier, such as a member of the Taro troop. Must be delivered unharmed. Dosaku. So the guy we're talking to right now is Dojun. And here we have a letter from his mentor, quote-unquote, Dosaku.
My dear Shinobi, the details are in the document I gave you. Considering the nature of the information, I think you'd agree that the less we know about each other, the better.
So we'll talk more about Dojun and Dosaku later when I actually deal with his quest line. Actually, I'm not going to be dealing with his quest line now that I think about it. So, TLDR, we eventually find, if we do this quest line, that we get the feeling that Dosaku is the mentor to Dojun, but what we eventually come to find out is that it's actually the same person. Dojun here has a split personality disorder, and he is both Dosaku and Dojun. The story that we see here at the abandoned temple, the abandoned dungeon, and Dojun is basically a mirror image of what we have at the Yosefka's clinic in Bloodborne. In Yosefka's clinic, we deal with a doctor who is dealing with patients who she's doing research on. The only difference is that Yosefka uses old blood, and Dojun here is using the rejuvenating waters, which both have the same kind of contextual importance in both stories. As we proceed along through Bloodborne's story, we get the feeling like Yosefka is either going more insane over the course of the night, or like she has some sort of split personality disorder. But we eventually come to find out that Yosefka is actually two different people, and because of her experimenting on herself, she not only turned into a celestial emissary, but she also has like this other split additional person who's more malevolent and kind of a bad guy. Like normal Yosefka is kind of nice, but imposter Yosefka is considered to be a bad guy. Dojun here actually has a split personality disorder. He isn't, in fact, two people. He's just one person who believes he's two people. So, yeah, Dojun and Yosefka almost have basically exactly the same story. I can't remember where this actually leads, so I'm gonna go this way first. So this is a large tombstone. We've seen other graves marked by the same kind of stone formation earlier on in Harada. Crumbling Offering Tower. Here lie the vassals of the Ashina clan executed after the Great Rebellion. May their spirits rest. So, Ishin led a rebellion against General Tamura and wrested control of the land back from him. But what we learned from Ishin is that Ashina originally belonged to the Ashina clan, and that when Ishin led his own rebellion, he was essentially just wresting control back from the people that stole it from him in the first place. So I would imagine that the reason why this is here is that when General Tamura and his army took control of Ashina, they likely murdered a bunch of the vassals of the Ashina clan. before, I didn't really have that sort of context. The only rebellion that I was aware about was the coup that Ishin led that led to the Ashina clan being in control of these lands. So I couldn't figure out why, if Ishin led a rebellion to take control of this place, why would he kill his own vassals? So I believe it's because General Tamura killed the vassals of the Ashina when he wrested control of the land, and that Ishin's story about taking the land back for himself and his clan is likely correct. Ah, yes. That's what's down here. I remember now. So here we have the Shichimen warrior. Shichimen loosely translates to 7 faces or 7-faced warrior. And we can see that he's at some sort of burial site. Earlier it said, here lie the vassals of the Ashina clan, right? So it's a mass grave where the servants of the Ashina clan were buried after the rebellion. If we take a closer look at the Shichimen warrior's head, or multiple heads, I guess. So his actual head is covered in multiple masks. So there's like the samurai masks that we've seen all throughout the game. And there's multiple iterations, or like multiples of the mask all surrounding his head. So that lends into how Shichimen translates to 7-faced warrior. And this mask that's on his shoulder, he has like a bunch of like hair and everything here, and then a lone mask coming out of his shoulder. It has the imprint or the image of a centipede coming out of the top of its helmet. And you can also just barely make out the terror symbol coming out of the eyes as well. When we're afflicted by the terror status abnormality, a particular kanji pops up, and I believe that's what these symbols floating over the eyes of this guy represent. I don't actually think he has 2 heads. Maybe he has 2 heads? But it's obvious that he just collects the masks from the people that he's either killed, or maybe they're artifacts that were buried with those people in the first place. So, if you look at the little orbs that are coming up out of the ground, they have the faces of multiple people in them. So I guess the way to interpret it is that because the Shichimen is raising up the spirits of the dead, who have been unceremoniously laid to rest in a mass grave after they were likely murdered, the tormented souls of these people are what afflict us with terror. Terror immediately kills you if you get up to fire. I don't know where he's going to end up, probably over here. You can deflect a laser if you have good enough timing. And when he disappears, he always goes to the same 2 spots over and over again. That was a waste of those buffs, holy shit. you get close enough, the laser can't hit you. And if you have the Divine Confetti on, you can also attack and it'll break the tormented souls. The Shichimen Warrior is an apparition type enemy. That's why he only takes damage when you have the Divine Confetti on. It's not that he only takes damage when you have it on, but you do dramatically more damage to him when you're using Divine Confetti. Oh, that was sloppy as hell, but doing that fight early is actually kind of fun. Ceremonial Tanto. Tanto is a word for a ceremonial dagger. Dagger with a stark white blade and hilt. Converts vitality into spirit emblems. Resting replenishes its charges. Originally, this Tanto was used in a ritual offering to the dragon, in which an emblem would be cut from one's own life force and set adrift into the fountainhead waters. The blade is inscribed with its true name, Devoted Soul. So, every significant sword or blade in Sekiro's story has a name. The sword we use is Kusebimaru, which signifies the bond between Kuro and Wolf. The red mortal blade is, I think it's like Giver of Tears or something to that extent. The black mortal blade means open gate, and Ceremonial Tanto's true name is Devoted Soul. So we cut our neck and we gain spirit emblems by making an offering to the dragon. This not only allows us to have more spirit emblems than is otherwise available, but we can also use that when we've run out of spirit emblems to gain 5 at a time. I'll go back to the reservoir and I'll start Jinzeimon's quest, and then I'll proceed up to Senpo Temple. Hey. What you doing? Anything down there, bud?
It truly stirs my soul. Beautiful, and yet somehow sad. As if it yearns, it calls for someone.
Hey.
Who are you calling for? Let me hear it one more time.
Hey, you.
What? Oh, my name is Jinzaimon Kumano. My duty is to patrol the moat. I've not seen you around before. Which clan are you?
I cannot say.
You cannot say, you say? So you are a shinobi, then?
I cannot say.
Your manners could use some work. No matter. If you are a shinobi, I won't press any further. Shinobi, have you ever heard someone playing the shamisen around here? I followed the sound and it led me to this well.
So if you remember the note that we got earlier in the abandoned dungeon, there's 2 people that we can send to the abandoned dungeon if we want to do Dosaku's questline. We can send Jinzaimon, or we can send Kotaro. Because they have their own quest lines that I want to show, I don't do Dojun's quest line because it essentially requires me to sacrifice one of the other NPCs. And there's not very many good rewards for it. We get some cool lore, we figure out the truth about Dojun and Dosaku, but all we really get is red lumps. Now, there's only so many red lumps you can get on a playthrough, so on New Game Plus it might be worth it to get as many of them as you can, but on these lore and story playthroughs I like doing the other guys' quests, so I don't sacrifice them to the abandoned dungeon.
I have not.
Is that so? I thought since you're a shinobi you might know. I wonder who that melody calls to. I don't know why, but I can't stop thinking about it. No, it's nothing. Please forget I ever spoke of it. Shinobi, have you heard the shamisen yet? I followed the sound, and it led me to this well.
I have not.
Oh, is that so? I thought since you're a shinobi you might know. I wonder who that melody calls to. I don't know why, but I can't stop thinking about it. No, it's nothing. Please forget I ever spoke of it.
So it doesn't matter when we come to this area. If we're, like, we started off the game in this well, it's where we were kind of trapped and imprisoned. But it doesn't matter when we come to this area, we don't hear the shamisen that he hears. A shamisen is a stringed instrument from Japan that's kind of like a guitar. But this means that Jinzaimon is the only person that can hear the sound. So he's wondering who the sound is calling out to, but it's obviously him, because he's the only one that can hear it. I'm not sure if there's any particular details about Jinzaimon that are important. I remember hearing some weeb say that, oh, if you listen to the Japanese voice lines, he has an accent compared to the other Japanese characters, so maybe he's from somewhere else. And, like, he does kind of have, like, a darker complexion than some of the other characters that we've seen, I guess. But people from Japan and different places in Japan can have darker or lighter complexions, so I'm not really sure how much truth there is to that. He does have this, like, little Naruto-looking headband, but when I was researching this guy a while ago, I couldn't find anything that was particularly interesting and noteworthy. So this is the well that we woke up in at the beginning of the game, when Wolf was despondent because he lost both the child he was sworn to protect, as well as the mentor that taught him his shinobi ways, the owl. Owl is presumably dead after what we saw at the Harada estate, and Kuro was taken from him by Genichiro, so that's why he was despondent. And here we can see another one of the Interior Ministry shinobis. Make note that if you look at him here closely, you can see that he does have a left hand. He just keeps his left hand tucked at his side, and when this guy attacks, he only uses his right hand to attack. When we fight the other Interior Ministry shinobis, the ones that deal poison damage deal the poison damage with their left hand. So their left hand is there, but either it's become decrepit because they don't use it as much, or it's become poisonous for possibly the same reason. The only real justification I have for them not using their left hand is there seems to be an indication in Sekiro's story about the left hand path, where the right hand is considered holy and righteous, and the left hand is considered unholy and unrighteous, so that may be why they tend to not use it in this case. But even if you look at their right hand, it kind of looks a little bit messed up. So I'm not really sure how much truth there is to that, to be honest.
He said I'd find a cowardly wolf here. No sign of him, though. A broken and incompetent shinobi living in disgrace. I hope to see such a man for myself, but seems I'm out of luck. And if he truly cannot die, I'm sure I'll run into him at some point.
So we can't get a backstab here, because the guy's obviously noticed us, but he doesn't recognize us until we actually go in front of him. If he recognizes us as the shinobi he was sent here to kill, then he'll immediately fight us. Or if we go up this way, we can actually get a death blow on him initially. Earlier on, when we first entered the reservoir, there was a couple of Ashina Castle guards who were talking about a shinobi that was spotted in the area. So the initial implication is that the shinobi that was spotted is us, because this is where we were locked up earlier. But it could have also been this guy, because technically these dudes count as shinobi. Camera angle kind of went a little wonky there, but they finished that large combo with a kick, and you can actually Makiri counter the kick because it counts as a thrust attack. The only way to get through here is to have the grappling hook, and when we start the game we don't have the grappling hook, so we aren't able to get here at the very beginning of the game. And this takes us back into the other part of the abandoned dungeon where we fought the Shichiman warrior a moment ago. Bulging coin purse.
It's faint, but yes, I can hear it. As if it is calling out for someone, crying. Perhaps it is calling to me.
Hey.
Every now and then, yes, I can hear it. Give me a sign. Is it me you're calling to?
What's wrong?
Huh? If it isn't the shinobi, following the sound brought me here. Can you hear it? It's faint, carried by the wind. It's coming from this hole. You hear it, do you not?
I hear nothing.
I see. Perhaps I alone can hear it. Nothing else matters. I must follow that melody. That melody calls to me. At least, I believe it does. I must follow it. That melody, I am sure it calls me. How might I pursue it? Shinobi, what do you think?
Don't know.
Is that so? Then please, leave me alone. I'd like to listen to it on my own.
Okay. So here we have another burial site. You can tell from all the bones in the ground, as well as the spirit emblems that I just picked up. We read earlier that this is where the vassals of the Ashina clan were laid in a mass grave after the rebellion, led by General Tamura, I believe. We have some cairns here, which are piles of stones. When I was reading up on the Jizo statues that we can find throughout the game, I learned that Jizo is a Shinto deity, and basically when a child dies, either a stillborn infant or as a baby, The death of the baby causes grief to the parents. So, when you die, your spirit travels along a river to make it to the afterlife. But because of the grief the dead child is causing the parents, its spirit is not able to pass on. So, as a penance, it piles up stones along the river to help ease the grief of the parents. Similarly, if a parent has lost their child, they can lay rocks alongside a river in an effort to help the spirit of the infant pay that penance. While they are trapped there, they can be attacked or harassed by malicious spirits called yokai, and Jizo will come and he'll defend the children's or the spirits of the children by wrapping a red cloth around them. When you're traveling around Japan and you're along like paths and paths that lead up to shrines and temples and stuff like that, you can often find statues of people wearing red cloth or like red headdresses and stuff like that. And there may be more to it than just Jizo, but I believe that's why we see the piles of rocks in this game as well as in Bloodborne. In Bloodborne, there's a lot more story elements relating to the death of infants and their parents, so it has a little bit more context there. But it could just be also that apart from the significance of children, maybe cairns are just laid to in memorial of other people as well. There's a torii gate here amongst all the incense and offering towers, I guess. And if we take a look at this torii gate, it has a shimenawa, it has a purifying straw rope laced around it, but we can also see that it's been kind of corrupted as well. And this is how we eventually get towards the Mibu fishing village. And the Mibu fishing village is important because it's close enough to the Fountainhead Palace waters that the waters there gain some of their power. But because of the stagnation of the waters that's being caused by us repeatedly resurrecting over and over again, as well as the Ashina military and the Senpo monks and their undying research, this is not only causing the stagnated waters to overflow, but it may also be why this torii gate appears corrupted. Torii gates are supposed to purify those who pass through them as they make their way up to temples, but the main aspect of this story is that all of the divine powers in this story have been corrupted, which is also something that we see in Bloodborne and Dark Souls as well.
Will you be cast out, or throw yourself in?
What?
If you wish to go to the very depths of Ashina, then you'd best cast yourself out. Over there. The depths of Ashina are over there.
So the other praying women, you can see how she has her hands in prayer. If you pop balloons next to the other ones, they'll actually say you have a pious temperament and they'll offer items to you. But if you use a possession balloon and pray in front of this lady, she actually doesn't give you anything. I'm not sure if there's any significance to that, but it is something that I noticed. So we had that note that we read earlier in the abandoned dungeon. Supposedly the fragrant stone is enshrined in a village in the Ashina depths, but how to interpret throw oneself? And she says that we have to cast ourselves out and go over there. Hey Mass, how's it going? Welcome on in. So, whenever we're talking to these praying ladies, they always point in the direction of whatever they're talking about. So later on, when we find the ones at Senpo Temple talking about the fresh fruit and the dried fruit, she'll even eventually point to where we need to go. So we don't actually need to complete their quest line to get the answers. We can simply look at whatever direction they're pointing at to know where we need to go. Oof, thought I missed it. Jeez. Where do I go from here? Is there an item that I missed over there or anything? Here we have another one of the guys from the abandoned dungeon. So to further the theme of corruption that I was just mentioning a minute ago before we cast ourselves out, we can see that the Ashina depths are part of the sunken valley that has been mined out for its resources. We can also see these statues of Buddha that are all, maybe it's not necessarily statues of Buddha in particular, but we can see how the statues have become eroded and corrupted over time, as well as the actual water itself. This is basically a little poison swamp, and if we stand in the water, we'll eventually get poisoned. Oh god. Oh god. I'm gonna give myself contact medicine so I don't get poisoned. And then I'll put on Getchin's sugar so I don't get sniped. I do kind of want to go. Oh, I can't go back up there. Sick. Yeah, there's if you get stuck on a certain part or you can't figure out where to go, there's usually like a few other places you can explore in the game. So don't be too distraught if you're stuck anywhere, because once you get past the bowl, there's a lot of different places that you can go at once. So instead of bashing your head against the wall and trying to do the same thing over and over again, it might be worth it to go and check out a new area and see if there's anything you can get that'll make you stronger. I gave the same advice to somebody else who was in here earlier. And there's a lot of items you can use in this game as well, like the sugars and the other buffs and debuffs and stuff. So, you know, don't be afraid to use those items if they'll help you along your way. You'll find more of them later on anyway, right? Fourth prayer necklace. Only those who have mastered the Ashina blade may set foot inside the castle dojo. Ishin will often stop by unannounced, just to keep the students on their toes. The dojo is a place that we explored earlier towards the top of Ashina Castle, where we fought the dudes who used the Ichimonji and the Ashina cross skills. Kinda wish I had living force for this part, to be honest. I should have kept grinding out those talent points. Oh well. So here we have another one of the snake eyes. There's 2 of these enemies in the game, which is part of their namesakes. Snake Eyes Shirahagi. Oh my god, she does so much damage, dude. fucking... Why is she evading me so much? Definitely should have got a living force. Where's my oil? Where's all my oil? Am I blind? Come around the corner, I'm wasting my fucking sugar. What are you just standing there for? Jesus fucking Christ. As if. I fucking hate this game so much sometimes, dude. Oh, I actually parried it that time. Twice in a row, let's go. But I usually can never parry the grab attack, so I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, that fight is brutal. So hopefully that helps you out, Mass. I'm assuming that she's the part you were struggling on. The other enemies here aren't really that bad because you can kind of avoid them. But that fight there is brutal. You can sneak up behind her, and you get a backstab in for a free death blow, so you only have to kill her once. The oil that you throw not only makes the flame vent do more damage, but it also makes her burn more quickly. When you burn an enemy, they slowly lose health, but they also take posture damage as well. So you can't just parry an enemy to death. You can't just walk up to a full health enemy and parry them, because the more health they have, the quicker they regenerate their posture. The same thing with your character. If I have like less than half my health, you can usually block to regain posture, but if you don't have full health, it takes a long time to get that posture back. So Flame Vent is really good against enemies with large health pools. It's just that it takes a long time to actually use Flame Vent. So you got to make sure that you're timing it appropriately. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That, like, I've parried the grab attack maybe like 3 times ever, so I'm pretty muffed about it. Muffed about it? Did I just create a terminology? Ugh. I don't like the way that sounds. Chuffed. Chuffed is the word, I think. Yeah, I think Flame Vent is probably one of the most underrated prosthetic tools. Everybody's always like, just use Firecracker, and yeah, Firecracker is pretty good, but I like the Flame Vent because you not only stun the target, but you also do health and posture damage to them. So if I remember correctly, like, they're called Snake Eyes not only because of their impeccable vision, but because there's 2 Snake Eyes. There's this one here guarding the way to the Mibu fishing village, and then there's the other one that's guarding the gun fort. But if I remember correctly, their names, Shirahagi and I can't remember the other person's name right now, but I believe they're references to different types of flowers, if my research was actually correct. So here we have a cave where we can see some of the waters from the Fountainhead Palace running down here. And we have a trail of blood. The first time I ever played this game, I was walking down here, and when you fight Snake Eyes, there's a fog wall, so you can't proceed through into this area. And as I go down here, I see a trail of blood and a huge open area, right? So I'm like, okay, there's gotta be a boss fight here or something. There is a boss fight here, but it doesn't happen until much later on in the game. And if we proceed up this way, we find a lone monkey. And some monkey booze. Alcohol created by dew pooled in a hollow tree. Fruits hidden by monkeys in tree hollows can sometimes ferment and turn into sake with a bit of luck. While it's known for its brutally harsh flavor, some find this acquired taste irresistible. And we can also see the corpse of a giant gorilla or orangutan looking monkey. Later on, I'll fight the guardian ape, and this is the guardian ape's mate. So the guardian ape is the male, and this is his female counterpart. The guardian ape is being kept alive by the runoff of the rejuvenating waters from the Fountainhead Palace that we can see here. So he is one of the infested, or the undying, that we can run into. His mate has obviously passed on, but when we fight the guardian ape in this area later on, we actually fight 2 apes. We fight the guardian as well as the spirit of his mate. When I do these story playthroughs, the goal during the second guardian ape fight is to kill the guardian ape, but leave the other monkey alive, so that we can see it sit down and fade away as a spirit, finally reuniting them and laying the spirit to rest. When you fight the guardian ape here later on, you can actually see it here underneath the water, trying to tend to its wound, shall we say. I've seen some shit.
Oh. She's gone. But she was here just moments ago.
You?
Hmm? Oh, Shinobi. Listen. I finally saw her. The shamisen player was a woman. I only saw her from afar, but I could tell.
A beautiful, yet fleeting presence. Oh, I should have asked if she was calling to me. And before I knew it, she disappeared into the mist. Now that I think it over, my father told me stories about a hidden town shrouded deeply in mist. An ominous town. Don't ever go there, he said. But that doesn't matter to me now. Now there's a thick, misty forest in my way. If only I could figure out how to get through it and find that shamisen player.
It's a thick, misty forest in my pants.
It's coming from deep in the fog. That melody is calling me.
So here we have Usui's forests that we read about in a few of the prosthetic tool descriptions. Village north of Ashina that's covered in fog. There's a whole bunch of spirit-looking butterflies throughout the area that guide us to the end of the area, I suppose. And I'd imagine these were left here by Lady Butterfly because when we fight Lady Butterfly and she launches her kunai at us, we can see the same kind of butterflies. I love the mushrooms growing up out of the trees here. So here we have a Buddhist temple statue. It's holding a bunch of lotus flowers in a vase up there. Lotus flowers represent rejuvenation and purity. And there's also a bunch of artifacts from there's supposed to be a monk temple, a Buddhist temple in the village, but it has since been desecrated and inhabited by one of the mist nobles. We can see the corpse of a monk here. And I think everything that we see in the fire here, I think these are like monk stuff. Like they tried to burn and bury any references to Buddha and the temple, as well as injuring or killing the rest of the monks that were here. And this is the only surviving monk that we can see in the area.
Hey, you. If you know the path of Buddha, would you slay one who opposes it?
One who opposes the Buddha?
Correct. The one of whom I speak hides in an abandoned temple up ahead. He sealed away the village in a shadowy fog, so that he can fool the villagers.
An abandoned temple?
Yes, it's an old building. The door may be closed, but there should be a hole in the second floor.
So the monk asks us, if we knew one who opposes the Buddha, would we slay them because they oppose the Buddha? Buddhism believes in a cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So while they see that life may be one of hardship, they try to make offerings to Buddha and engage in practices that relieve us of this hardship. But they're also aware of the fact that, or the belief, I should say, that when you die, your spirit is either reborn as a human or as an animal, or it goes from our reality into another type of form, whether that be Asura or some other sort. I think there's like 7 different places that your spirit can technically end up when you believe in Buddhism. So the Mist Nobles are people from the Fountainhead Palace who seek immortality. They've drinking from the rejuvenating waters, and they steal the vitality and youth from other people in an effort to keep themselves alive forever. So if you seek immortality, you are in essence opposing the Buddha. Because if you believe in Buddhism and you worship the Buddha, you accept your death because you believe that your spirit will carry on regardless of if you've died or not. But if you wish to remain immortal or undying, essentially you're going against the beliefs of Buddha. So I believe that's what he's implying here, is that because the Mist Nobles are people who want to stay immortal, they are opposing the path of the Buddha. There are some other items and everything that I can get down here, as well as fighting a headless, but I'll deal with that later when I can get more divine confetti. I always save the headless for later because I kind of struggle against them, and you get tools that make it easier to deal with them later on. If you're having trouble in this area, you can use snap seeds to get rid of these guys. But there are ways to sneak around a lot of them as well. They disappear when they're too far away from you. I believe these flowers that we can see in this area are unique. We only see this particular type of flower in this area. And now that I think about it, aren't these like orchids or something? No, they don't really look like orchids. I'm just gonna do a quick image search on Japanese flowers. Maybe like bell flowers? Yeah, if anybody in the chat is familiar with flowers that look like this and can help me out here, I'd appreciate it. But after 30 seconds of furious Googling, I can't really see anything that's too similar. Got some gravestones here. Where's the pit? Remember there being a pit full of like monk temple things over here somewhere. I can't see it now though. Oh god. How many friggin' dogs did I aggro? Holy shit. I deflected 2 at once. Oh my god, that was sick. They launched the arrow at the same time and I was able to deflect both of them. If you don't kill those archers before you try to go across this, they just shoot arrows at you the whole time. Oh, we even find 3 snap seeds in the area. Snap seeds, even though these guys are supposed to be like ghosts, the guy also said that the Mist Noble is upholding an illusion that is enshrouding the place in fog. So they're both spirits and illusions at the same time, I guess. Whoop. Don't want to go that way yet. Where is the little pit filled with stuff? It's really bugging me now. It's supposed to be like right here. I must just be misremembering though. Here we can see another one of the monks. Typically, if a corpse is strung upside down in front of an area, it's supposed to be a warning or a message to similar people not to proceed. We see the same kind of thing in Bloodborne as well, in the Chalice Dungeon and the Fishing Hamlet. So not only is the fog and all the spirits here an illusion, but we also have a path here that we can't get through. You see this stone wall? This stone wall doesn't actually exist. When we kill the Mist Noble and the illusion is dispelled, we are able to proceed through the Mibu fishing village, which is unseen. So the Mist Noble here is very similar to what we see with Rom the Vacuous Spider in Bloodborne, where in order to proceed through the level, we first have to kill a boss, which is holding up an illusion or preventing something from being known to us. Here we get a good look at the spirit emblems. I should have taken a closer look at them before, but you can see now how it's like a drifting white paper doll that kind of looks like an angel or something to that effect. Alright, hardest boss in the game time. I hope you guys are ready, because I'm gonna die to this boss over and over and over again because it's so difficult. So here we can see the Mist Noble. We'll see more of these dudes in Fountainhead Palace, but these are people that drank from the rejuvenating waters of the Fountainhead Palace and transformed into something else. They've metamorphosized into a new form. The enemies at the Fountainhead Palace, we can also see them playing flutes occasionally, and they even use these flutes to suck the vitality out of us. On these folding paper screens, we can see the Divine Dragon. There's a bunch of Sakura trees, as well as the body of the dragon. The dragon is represented by the Sakura tree because the trees blossom with these gorgeous pink flowers every season, or every spring season, and the Sakura tree not only represents like beauty, but also rejuvenation and purity. The monks that we can see here are mummified while meditating, and this is actually a practice that we've seen in Shugendo, which is like a mountain monk order. And essentially what they do is they stop eating regular food and drinking water. They subsist off certain types of plants and other weird types of food for a while in an effort to dry out their bodies so that they can be mummified easier. And before they're about to die, they assume a meditative stance and meditate themselves to death. And they essentially die from meditating while also mummifying themselves. And we've actually seen evidence of this in Japanese stuff. There's a Buddha statue here, covered in red cloth, and it has the same kind of like spirit emblem paper things all over it that we saw at the dilapidated temple. The Mist Noble here doesn't have the vitality sucking attack, but he will stab us with his flute. So one of the things that Miyazaki and FromSoft like to do is they like to catch people off guard on their first playthrough, because they know that it's a boss battle. Like, there's the boss music, the health bar comes up and everything. But they put bosses in their games that are stupendously easy or don't seem like the same kind of difficult bosses that we're used to. This is either because of the story elements or just because they want to fuck with people on their first playthrough, I suppose. And when we kill the Mist Noble, we'll see that the temple is not exactly what it seems. So the monks' bodies are long gone. We see some other of the monks here that were killed tied up, but they aren't mummified and meditating like we saw before. And we can actually see that the temple has not only been abandoned, but it's been dilapidated and ruined over a long period of time. So here's the lanterns that I pointed out earlier, and we can see that it's the rocks that were barring us from entering the Mibu fishing village were part of an illusion. Nailed it. And I need 3 skill points if I want to continue. Spirit emblems still cost 10. But I might need money for this guy. It's another memorial mob vendor here.
Care to purchase an offering?
Another one.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. Even those who can't die still have use for offerings. Go ahead, buy an offering.
So even those who can't die still need offerings. This is a hint that the enemies that we see in this area are undying and cannot be killed unless we use fire attacks. Alright, so I need 500 for Dragon Spring Sake. A bottle of crystal clear sake. Sake is a drink meant for sharing. A top shelf sake brewed by the Ashina brewmaster with water from the Dragon Spring. The pure water extracts every last bit of flavor from Ashina's finest rice. There are no words that can do the flavor justice. To understand, one must taste it for themselves. Mottled purple gourd, a curved gourd filled with medicinal water, refills upon rest, reduces terror status buildup, and increases terror resistance. This gourd's twisted form was formed with use in graveyards, corpse-strewn battlefields, and other forlorn places of death. It follows then that drinking its waters can help prevent the onset of terror.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. Wherever your travels take you, make sure you bring some offerings with you. Care to... May the departed rest in peace.
I want to go back there and fight the drunkard dude. But there's also Interior Ministry Shinobi here that I want to fight. When you fight this guy, he whistles and calls all these dogs to help him. So I usually run up here and fight the dogs first. Oh, there's the 3 skill points I needed. Let me go and spend these before I fight this guy. Mid-air prosthetic tool. Enables the use of prosthetic tools while in mid-air. The Shinobi prosthetic is heavy as it is made from iron machinery. Despite that, it can be used in the air thanks to the techniques of its creator Dogen and the training of its owner. So you'll see here that if I use the shuriken... Oh, it one-shots them anyway, okay. I think... I've seen, like, I'm not sure if using the prosthetic in midair makes it do more damage or anything. But I seem to remember earlier on in the game, like, I couldn't kill the dogs with a single shuriken, but if I use the midair prosthetic tool and jump first, it seems to do more damage. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true or not now, though. Taking his sweet time, isn't he? Where the hell is he? See how he uses his left hand to put the poison on? So they do use their left hand, but it's only the guys that afflict poison, because they use the left hand to put the poison on you. He died at kind of a funny angle, so we won't be able to see it, but he does in fact have a left hand. There's hearsay going around the Sekiro community that the Interior Ministry shinobis don't have left hands. They do, it's just they hold them at their side while they attack you, except for the guys that do poison damage. They use their left hand to deal the poison damage to you. They got that stinky left hand. Do it stink. Ooh, yeah, it does. Hey, Blurry Man, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing alright. No, actually, scratch that. I hope you're doing very well. Yeah, I hope you're doing very well. Here we can see another one of the headless. I'll fight these dudes later because fuck that. It costs resources to fight these dudes, and I'm kind of low on all those resources right now. Oh, so here's more of those stakes that we can see. I guess they're memorial sticks? And now that we've dispelled the illusion, we can see that this area is clear now. Oh. So this is hidden while the illusion is up. When you dispel the illusion by killing the Mist Noble, then the pit opens up. And you can see a bunch of those monk artifacts buried. Sticks with a bunch of writing on them. Not sure what the hell those represent. But you can see here a bunch of Buddha effigies and statues that have been buried and hidden. As well as a heavy coin purse. Huh, interesting. Adamantite ore with a dull silvery shine. Adamantite can only be mined in the oldest parts of Ashina. Ancient rock and soil is said to attract the grace of gods, perhaps lending this metal its supple strength. How do I... Do I have to go up around that way? Well, the Mist Noble overtook Buddha's temple and basically placed an illusion on all the villagers here because the Mist Nobles seek immortality. They wish to become undying using the rejuvenating waters. So, in essence, they're going against the wishes of Buddha, because somebody who worships the Buddha recognizes that there's a cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So, to wish to become undying or immortal is to go against the wishes of the Buddha. So, a bunch of the Buddhist artifacts were buried and hidden by the illusion. These are the only monkeys in the game that have these samurai hats. And I'm actually gonna record this for a bit. Why does my chat program suck so goddamn much? Oh my god, unbelievable. Some of the monkeys in this game can even use swords and guns. Nice. Love it. Love it. Get a free backstab and the game robs me. Wrong button. Stun me with the games. whether you're fighting Tokajiro the glutton or Juzo the drunkard, you always get unrefined sake from them. Sake is basically just lore juice. There's only one quest that requires you to use sake. If you want to figure out the truth behind the sculptor and how he turns into the demon of hatred, you have to give the sculptor every type of sake that you can find in the game. But aside from that, when you give sake to Emma or to Ishin, it's basically just to get extra lore and info about the different characters in the game from them. But the only quest in particular that requires sake is that of the sculptor and the demon. These lumps of fatty wax form inside the body in rare circumstances, can be used for intermediate and higher occultic upgrades for prosthetic tools. Considered omens of disease, they are known to grow larger as the illness worsens. Lump of grave wax. This is what we received from the Mist Noble. A lump of fatty wax that is formed inside the body and turned pitch black. Used for occultic prosthetic tool upgrades for an advanced nature. A long-suffered illness will see the growth turn large and blacker still. It is customary to run water over the site of an extracted growth. And this is the legit way you're supposed to get up to the Mist Noble boss fight. But you can exploit this tree here by double jumping up and then double jumping again to go up this way without having to go all the way around. I like how I said I was gonna go to the Senpo Temple and then immediately diverted and went all the way around to Mibu Fishing Village. But honestly, having the Mibu swimming technique before I go to Senpo is gonna come in handy, because I'll be able to get some more of the items that are there. What do I have on me right now? Alright, I think that does it for today, folks. Tomorrow I'm going to carry on through the Mibu Fishing Village and talk about all that stuff there. And then once I kill the false monk, or the spirit monk, I'll proceed over to Senpo Temple. And then once I'm done with both of those areas, then I'll proceed and kill Genichiro. You don't really need to do either of those areas before you fight Genichiro. Technically, you can do all that sort of stuff early, but what I like to do is do as much optional content before moving on to the main stuff on these sort of playthroughs. So yeah, Blurry, Morty, anybody else hanging out, thank you very much. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for some more Sekiro lore and story playthrough. I usually start 2 p.m. Eastern. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, please consider doing so. And I hope I can see you all again sometime soon. Apart from doing Bloodborne and Dark Souls and Sekiro lore, I also indulge in Control and Death Stranding from time to time. I'm of course going to be playing Elden Ring when it comes out, and I'm also still, for some reason, playing and enjoying Battlefield 2042. So yeah, if any of those things interest you, hopefully I can see you again sometime. Whomst do we got online? Whomst am I gonna send you all to? I've never seen this person on my following list. Who is this? 2Blue42. I have no idea who this is or what they're doing. I think they're doing some sort of workout routine.
The only thing is, though, Sparks, he's got another face.
But I'm gonna send you over to 2 Blue.
He does. He has one.
I'm not sure if they're on their first playthrough or not, but just in case, try not to spoil them on anything. And yeah,
That
I'll
wasn't
catch you
too bad.
guys later.
I think really gotta focus on not.
Once again, if you haven't yet, please hit the follow button, and I'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. Later, nerds. Have a good night. I'll miss you.
I'm wearing like crazy shorts right now. My sun shorts.